Good morning, everyone. All right, let's kill it today. So major watch. I mean, the market went down a bit. Now there's a couple stocks that are up, especially like there's BA, Dow, and we got Facebook's gapping up too. So watching some tickers here to see if they reverse. Still bullish here. We're at 275s. That's exactly where we wanted to be. I wanted that little pullback there. So if we start pulling back, I'm gonna look. But until we do, I'm not gonna be jumping into the short side unless we see a pullback. So for me, SPY level is easy. Long over 275, short underneath it. Yeah, and as always, guys, just follow the trend. It's really easy. We can make a lot of money just by following the trend like we did yesterday.
Man, SPY looks solid going into market open here. Not sure if you guys are watching this or not.
GPS. Ship, YGYI, Phi. FRHC, Nail, PSTICANF. Ely. Acre. ELVT. AIB. USEG.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning, Johnny.
Hey, Dan, can you do some analysis? I'm just trying to have some coffee here and just wake up a little more, and then I'm gonna be checking out the charts in the markets.
Well, 272 is big on SPY, 270, 250. So it's going down to test that range. So let's see what happens when it goes. I think it's going to go down there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember 270, 250 was a nice resistance level. Which, like, if you scroll out on your charts, everyone can see it from like end of February. Pretty sure it's like 27th or 28th. How are your 270 contracts looking now? And TJ as well. How are your 270 contracts?
Yeah, they're in the money. They're looking very good.
Well done on that, by the way, Dan.
Thanks, bro.
How's the volume looking in the first 5
NYMTP.
minutes?
XAN.
Volume's up to 15 million, so it's pouring in right now.
EDNT.
16 million, closer to 16. Oh, it's really coming in hard right now. A lot. Price is
And
going down.
and everyone, I want everyone that was listening in to try and recall what I said yesterday. Yesterday I said to see the continuation
NRDA.
today, what I'd want to see is a slow grind up with light volume on SPY. We literally got that. If it was heavy volume and sellers took over, I don't think we would have been able to get up here, but
CHMI.
it's literally what I wanted to see yesterday, which was like small amounts of volume with a slow grind up over the 265. I didn't see any resistance, so I saw that right at the
NFL.
end of the day, just after I had left.
NRZC.
SPY ripped to like
ABM.
267 and then 268 in future, or yeah, on the future side. I haven't looked at the charts at all today though. Yeah, Sanson, that's a huge piece of advice. We don't recommend anyone that doesn't have a lot of experience trading trade the first 15 minutes of
Ship.
the day.
YGYI.
That could be considered a golden rule.
NRZ. Acre.
Yeah, Mar, if you can't log into your broker, just go on the web version.
CRNT, CANF.
Yeah, everyone, my next
USCR.
resistance level on SPY, 279, then 285.50.
DPW.
Dan, can you do me a quick favor and tell me what VWAP is showing you on SPY on the daily?
It's
Can you repeat that?
it's coming down to 272.50. I want to see if it catches support here. Oh, on the daily, it's right at VWAP.
Okay, thanks.
272.66. It's right at VWAP.
Which means that the VWAP on SPY on the daily charts come down about $13 over the past 6 weeks.
MITTA. Way, SEAC.
TJ, what are you trading? Oh, futures? Nice. KJ34 VWAP on the daily is basically here, where the current price is, according to Dan. About 6 weeks ago, daily VWAP was at 285.50. It was also the first bounce, one of the main bounces from the SPY 339 fail. So we had a bounce at 320, one at 304, and then we had one at 295.50, and then one at 285.50 for the main key bounces that tried to hold strong. You're welcome, KJ. Anyone else have any other questions regarding that? The VOG, I like your
PSTI.
AMD long. TJ, I'm not trading anything right now. I'm just trying to wake up. I woke up late today. My alarm didn't go off. I'm just drinking coffee. So I'll be on in like 5-10 minutes here. The VOG, on your AMD long, you have support at 4770, 4750, and 4730. I think down at AMD, it's an easy long over 48, short under.
YGYI. Acre.
So what's everyone trading right now? What's everyone looking at? Looks like AMD, KO, TVIX. Well done, Metal, on Acre. I remember hearing that on the scanner yesterday.
Acre. EDNT. Oi. Vor.
Guys, I think that SPY is going to push up here through VWAP.
Thank you, Tim.
STKS. DPW.
There goes SPY.
Val.
Maybe.
YGYI.
Yeah, they need to push it here.
Yeah, we have a lot of resistance, but we also have a lot of momentum from overnight. Yeah, look at this. This is going to break through VWAP.
CRNT.
Or I'm wrong and it's a stop out.
MNK. PRTY.
Yeah, they try to whipsaw you.
SP. Acre.
Yeah, be patient. I'm just being speculative. I'm still long biased though on SPY.
Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands waiting for it to find a direction. Then I'll make a play.
The Soder, I'm long biased because of all the overnight push up and the fact that we had
DCP.
last week. Everybody was saying that it was going to dump again on the bull trap, and it did. And then
UBP.
it broke up over that resistance yesterday, intraday. So I'm long biased. That 260 resistance was huge all last week.
FANG.
But like everybody is saying, don't go in heavy
USX.
on anything, and just, you have to have a strategy if you get in, long or short. I don't care what your bias is. And a stop loss before you do it.
Okay, guys, I'm back. This level in SPY is where the sellers took over. We just came over that level. Look for a continuation. I want to see a close over 274.20.
DPW.
I think they'll get it.
Okay, so AMD is coming up on VWAP here on the 1 minute. I just have two 1 minute charts. I have a SPY and a VWAP, or an AMD,
Thanks,
and
Tim.
it's just pushing through. So when they dumped it at open there, it had like a tweezer bottom. If you look at that on the 1 minute, and it's trending up now. So I would be long biased AMD here. Not sure if you guys agree with that or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty bullish on the market here.
WD. MAC. 4. EFCA.
If SPY gets over 275 HOD, it'll be on half of the volume in the next 5 minutes. Sorry, 2/3, not half. Tesla's still grinding up here. Tesla looks like it'll have continuation here, guys, up to 560.
PRTY.
Yeah, SPY looks like a long over 274 short under.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's my inflection point.
Acre.
So AMD, it will follow SPY to an extent. So if SPY goes short than AMD. You can just switch to short bias if you want. If it continues, you can continue with long bias on AMD. It's not a one-to-one correlation, so it's not like, you know, a perfect correlation between AMD and SPY, but it's somewhat solid. Johnny, you might know more about that.
SEAC.
Yeah, I'll do a lesson on it one day. For now, let's stick to alerts and some play. Nice 8 EMA hold on SPY.
Yeah, it's bull flagging.
I think sellers are about to take over here if we don't get a hard close over 274.
Acre.
The 60-minute candle is even on SPY. So it looks like SPY
4.
was able to engulf the body of the candle on the 15-minute on 2/3 of the volume, but they weren't able to close it. Look for a push to 275 on SPY here. I think they'll start this next 15 minutes quite strong.
YGYI. TMQ.
AMD is showing bullish sentiment here to me.
DPW.
I'm gonna look for a long entry on AMD 4830. At 4830, I'll take the entry. I'll use
MVUU.
100 shares, and I'll look to add 200 shares near 48.
Acre.
Yeah, I was going to say that AMD usually rejects a lot harder off VWAP than if it's really going to be a down day.
We just had a VWAP pullback on the SPY.
MNK.
Got a hard close, healthy bearish candle under the 100, basically under all of my EMAs except for the 200 and below VWAP. So in the first 3 minutes of this 15-minute candle, SPY has basically taken control. Let's see if they take over. They did it on a less than a fifth of the volume. I haven't taken this AMD yet. I'm still just chilling, especially with SPY under 270.
I don't think that's enough volume on the sell-off on SPY, but it's still going, so. I agree with TJ.
Okay, I took this 48.10 long, 100 shares. On this one, I want to leave up to 47.70. So risking 40 cents on this. My target first is 48.50. I'll consider a partial. Main target still at $49. So I still like SPY over 272 and 272.50, and SMH over 125 and 126. At 47.70, I'll look to add 2 to 1, 200. There we go. Already up
GLNG.
16 cents. Nice.
DPW. RMBL.
My target on SPY today is 279, main target. So let's see if this 272 can hold. Below 272, I only have 270. And then 260, like just the high of day yesterday, 267.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to fake you out.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to hold this. I'm pretty bullish on the market, so yeah, just using smaller It's easier to hold on and add. Even on this hard pullback, AMD is still above my entry at 48.10. And this is the bullish sentiment that I was referring to earlier. AMD still over my entry here on this hard pullback. So guys, AMD has bullish sentiment. This I'll confirm here. Doesn't mean that I can't go down, but SPY's come down here quite hard. And it's still holding this level.
This is getting close to switching me to bearish though.
AMD just knifed here. SMH still over 125. So guys, I'm gonna hold this until as long as SMH is over 125. So the idea was to stop at 47.70, 40 cents on this with that 49 and 1-to-1 risk to reward at 48.50.
Yeah, I think a long entry right now isn't a bad risk for reward.
Acre.
I'm just a little concerned here on SPY. I'm seeing selling pressure on the bid with reductions on the
IDP.
I like this engulfing candle with the RSI basically bottoming out. Also wanted to give you a shout out on that RSI adjustment, Tim, where you had tagged me and said SPY made a nice RSI adjustment.
PSTI. New.
Yeah, I still
DPW.
haven't stopped out, guys. Again, as long as this SMH is going to hold 125, I'll risk a few more bucks here. It's only 100. The max I'll risk on this one though is up to 47.50 because it's a support level. So 47.70 is a support level as well. We can see 69 bounce. Okay, we're under it on SMH here, so If let's say the bid hits 47.67, I'll cut this.
XAN.
Actually, you know, I'm not going to cut it. It still looks healthy. I'm going to look to add instead. I can risk a few bucks here. So SPY still coming
4.
down here a bit. So max 47.50 for me here.
WRLS.
270.70. This is the bottom from pre-market. But yeah, guys, I stopped out my MT. Yeah, you can see the sellers took over at that 272.50 level.
Cal.
Watch your RSI as well. It's quite low on. Also, if you have a second or a chance, take a look at the 15-minute count.
SSL. Remember what TJ said, guys. Just try and go with the momentum. We're on the down momentum. Doesn't matter that RSI is this low. It's still overbought on the hourly, so glad I stopped out of that AMD. It came down an additional 30 cents from the and SPY touched our 2% pivot point just below 269. IDP.
4.
VWAPs over all of my EMAs now. On my 1 minute. Okay, I'm thinking about a 47.50 short. I wanted to do 100 shares again, but this time keep it tighter, 20 cents, so up to 47.70. But I think what I'm gonna do instead, based on this the momentum up and going counter trend again, is use 50 shares. So again, it's not a lot, everyone, but I can risk up to double, and then I'll look to add up to 300 or 400 shares in combination. So either like a
DPW.
1-to-1 at my first area, which would have been the 20, and then a 2-to-1
Baker.
at the 40-cent idea. So I want to see the 47.50 first. SPY looks like it's going to reject here. ZM is back at 110, guys. This is the level last time where they reduced it to 1 penny on the ask and dropped it down to 108.50. Still more low of days here on ZM. There's a 15K stack at 110.10. Guys, 110 has a nice stack it's getting sold into. I'm gonna. Oh, I missed the short. It's okay. So, guys, ZM has a lot of selling pressure here. If it breaks 110.10, like how it just did there, I think it's gonna rip. Look for the 111 push on ZM. Be careful. Be careful on these spreads. Looks like the same move as yesterday. So short
SM.
under 115. 115 failed. Tried to reclaim, failed again. Came all the way down to 109.50, which was TJ's entry yesterday, and ripped up $1. Oh, TJ, you went long ZM? I missed that. Nice. So AMD just launched to 47.70. Haven't taken an entry yet.
Ent.
Okay, guys, I'm going to try this short on AMD here. Target's 47. Same idea, guys. I started 50 shares. I'll add at 47.70, and I'll even add at 48. Over 48, I'll stop. Target's 40. So SPY tried to make a push over the EMA. They finally made the close over and rejected it on. They rejected 3 candles worth of volume on a third of the volume. I think SPY is going to tank here, guys. TJ, what do you think about that? Maybe a 269 support test and then launch back to try and reclaim 270 and 272? Okay, SPY is going down here. We had a healthy bearish candle, another healthy bearish candle, closed below the 2% pivot point. And SPY low of day on the shorts working out here again, only 50 shares. I'm considering a one-to-one add at 47.30 break as well. Now that SPY did exactly what I wanted it to do, I could see the 47 testing here quite soon.
DPW 4.
Hey guys, sorry I wasn't able to talk, but
Hey, good morning, TJ.
all right, yeah. So I have till like 10:45 to talk, so that's perfect. So I'm still in SPY short. I scaled more out of ZM. Not really a fan of the move over here, especially because SPY is tanking. I expect it to come down to again like 108s, 109s. I'm happy to buy. Just want to see what we do over here at this price level. I have about like 20% left on ZM, so not a big position. Hard stops on this position. Now on SPY, so yesterday I went through all of my trades that I did on ES, and I noticed one thing. I tell you guys that you should follow the trend, and yesterday I was doing a lot of scalps. Now, yeah, I made money, but I realized that if I just kept those contracts, I would have made more. So today, I'm gonna hold on to a portion, and then I'm gonna scalp around the rest. Now the problem with that is I won't be able to reverse the trade. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, when you scalp around a core, you want to know what your initial position was, right? So for me, that's why I posted over there. 27 20s is my position. So for me, it's like when I'm like scalping around it and keeping like 10 contracts, the other 10 I'm gonna have to like really maneuver, and my average is gonna change. But I'm just gonna always remember that that's the price that I kind of paid for the 10. Oh yeah, of course. And ZM goes up here. Now I do see a RSI support over here. We made a higher low on the RSI, so I can see a nice push up. I want to see. I wouldn't be bullish until we break that 2708. If we break that 2708, that's when I think it'll be like a full on reversal. Now you have to keep in mind. Look at a 3-day chart on SPY. Just look at a 3-day chart and you'll see it. We just gapped up like crazy. Now, on a move like this,
SKT.
anyone that bought at that bottom and they weren't able to get out, right? Remember, we were at 2400s, 2450s on, I believe, Friday, right? So from there, we went all the way up to 2750. There is always going to be profit takers. This is an area where like everyone is like, hey, I've made serious money. I can, scale some out. I can move my stops out. Anything, any reason. Now we got this nice run up. A lot of people got stopped out of their short positions, and now we're probably um, reach like that top. And the reason I think it's the top is when you look at that 2740 level and you look at from this morning 6 a.m. to all the way to the open, you'll notice that we acted as resistance at that area. Plus, it was like validated with strong volume.
MLND
Now, if you take a look at the RSI on a 5-minute chart on just today's action, you can see we actually had hidden divergence, which is why I was so bearish on the market. Now, at this point, we've reached a bottom, and I think this is a really good reversal. Just look at a 5-minute time frame and look at that RSI. That's a beautiful bottom over there. So even me, like I want to like hold on to a core just because I think we really got the top. And what's the risk at this point? I've been scalping it, but like a normal scalper would be like, hey, just take it off, go on the long side. That's probably like the best outlook. Now, the next thing you want to look at, yesterday we noticed that NQ was leading. It was leading the charge. And on this time, you can see that NQ is actually trying to find a bottom as well after such a huge move up. So kind of look at NQ for confirmation if you are going to be trading it. It just makes it a little bit easier. And yeah, that's about it pretty much. I can't believe I messed up on that Tesla short. I should have just stayed short on it.
Guys, for mean reversion on AMD, it's doing it what I want it to do, so I'm not going to add here.
So you ask a good question. 250 December puts. So it's up to you. I already told you guys, like I risked the profits that I made in a week on my SPY calls. SPY puts. Now that's why for me it's not really even a big deal where it goes, because I'm only risking profits. If that's the same scenario, take the trade. If it isn't, be cautious, because you can probably at least save some headaches, especially the first few days. When you look at options, the first few days are the most like vital. That's where you'll know if it's gonna work in your favor or not. And again, like we did mention, like SPY 260 270 area, that's a really good level to short. Personally, I was just way too focused, and I didn't actually think SPY was going to tank this fast, so I wasn't able to actually load up either. But if we find a base over here, go back up to that 272 mark, I'll probably do the same thing. Yeah, exactly. It's not easy. Honestly, you don't even have to do a week. For me, it's like I was like, okay, this is my opinion. I think this is gonna stay for a long time. I don't think we can contain it, and I don't think there's gonna be a vaccine for the near future.
LASR.
Now, we don't even have a vaccine for SARS. The numbers are just increasing. I didn't even look at today's numbers, but I did notice that last night, I think I guess the global amount of cases actually went up. Now, the good news is in Europe, it's looking a little bit better. So maybe they've hit a peak. I don't know if US has hit a peak.
I think it's just going to get worse.
DPW.
The problem with trying to determine the peak is like trying to time the bottom or the top on the markets or on the ticker, I guess. That we just
Yes,
don't have
sir.
enough information, not enough data on this virus to determine whether it can mutate, whether it can get stronger. So I don't know. But yeah, it looks like USA is on par to take 30% of the total amount of cases. Or not on par, on
RAS.
track.
There's another angle here. The OPEC meeting. That's a big meeting. It's coming up Thursday. This could be a run up into that, and then maybe a sell off, like a sell the news type of thing.
I got out of ZM way too early. Now, as I mentioned, guys, the markets are going to be a lot more directional now. I told you, one of my buddies mentioned too that 40% of the algos are down. So it's gonna be a lot more directional on pushes. So keep an eye on,
TRTX, Acre.
because you probably are gonna get like, easier trades just following the trend. Now, I'm gonna go over some rules for you guys, okay? Write it down, please. Let me know when you guys are ready. All right, so spies reversing. This is the mark that I was watching for. If we don't crack over here, I see it coming back down. If we do crack, I can see it going all the way up to like that 2714. All right, you guys ready?
IVR.
All right, it's really simple. Okay, this is just stuff that were off the top of my head. Don't trade the first 15 minutes. Follow the trend. Predetermine your risk, which means know where you're gonna stop out. If you think you're gonna lose 1,000 or I don't know, well, like $100, automatically position size for $200 loss.
XAN.
And by doing so, you won't freak out when the trade goes against you. That by just doing that, position sizing will become easier. Now, there's a couple ways you can do it. If you're starting with a smaller account, probably want to do the normal method: percentage of capital. Percentage of risk multiplied by capital, and then divided by the risk per share. So, for example, if you have $10,000, you're risking 2% of your capital. You literally just put 2% multiplied by 10,000, and then you just divide it by how many cents you think you're gonna go, like what your risk is. So if you think it's 30 cents, what are you gonna do? You're gonna put 60 cents in there. That way, you already position size for it. Now, what I did when I started was I created a spreadsheet like this just to kind of like know the math, how much I'm putting at risk, how much I want to take a loss on, and that
4.
kind of helped me out. As you grow your account, you're gonna notice you have two strategies. I find per share is a lot easier for me to manage, like especially because some of my position sizes aren't always the same. For me, I can just do the quick calculations if I just go like, keep it at like 100, 1,000, keep it at round numbers makes it a lot easier for me. Now, you want the easiest trick for trading, and it's pretty simple. Don't trade anything that you don't see yourself holding for 5 to 10 years. It's that simple. That's why we stick to blue chips. That's why I was trading Tesla last week. Like I mentioned, I'm confident on holding like a Tesla position because of last week. I was like pretty much just scalping it, right? Now, you want to buy at support or on the break of support, just when it breaks support, because you'll notice you're like, hey, this is support level based on yesterday's time frame. And then you're gonna notice it's gonna break. That break is probably gonna be that best risk to reward entry. If it continues, just get out. Really easy, really low risk, and that's the one for long entries. If you're looking for a short, you want to look for the highest like short area. So typically it's going to
DPW.
be these about like the third wave. After a nice bull run, you're going to notice like a third wave. That's when you kind of want to short it. To learn more about waves, I highly recommend Visual Guide to Elliott Wave Patterns. That is a solid book. And it's made by Bloomberg. I forgot the exact name of the book, but it definitely helped me out to kind of see the overall trend and to kind of time it, especially as a mean reversion trader. That helps. And just as we said, on SPY, if we don't crack this level, just going to come right back down. And we did. So that is good. Now, and there's always another trade. Never have FOMO. Never chase on like a stock on the way up. There is always going to be another trade. Like it's the market, guys. That's the reason why there's so much liquidity, and everyone trades the U.S. equities. Even as a Canadian, there's no point in trading Canadian because honestly, there isn't much opportunities. You have better odds of just swing trading in the Canadian side. On the U.S. side, you have a lot of options here. Now, that being said, you know, stick to your guts. Like, attempt to do better on a trade by just taking half off, securing your stop loss, and then holding the rest, right? Like, secure your stop. The moment you do that, you're not losing. You guys have free trading in America. Like, capitalize on it. And that's about it. Let's go back to trading.
Thanks, TJ. I transcribed it for anyone that wasn't able to listen. You're back. I think a phone call.
That's all jokes. It sounds like an inspirational rap verse. That's amazing.
Ant. IQ.
If you'd like, you can turn it into one. That would be cool. Oh, and guys, contributing members. So we had a bot which kind of like pretty much helped us see who's contributing and who isn't. So there's a lot of members that we had to switch roles on and stuff. Now there is a lot of rooms here. We have task scripts rooms and stuff. We haven't really shared it because we want to reward active members. We want to reward the guys that actually hustle and help others out. Because there's no such thing as a free meal, and I don't believe in that concept. A helping hand, I believe in. A handout, definitely not. So if I notice you guys are, contributing, helping other traders out, then you'll notice that, you'll be promoted along the way. Someone asked me if I'm still short. Yes, I'm still short. I don't know. I mean, I have a really good entry, so if I see a breakdown over here, I'll stay short. If I don't, probably should be reversing it. That 2700 is going to be key, key psychological level too. So let's see if we hold over here. Volume is there. Actually, there's not a lot of volume on that hold, so I could see a nice push down. Not a lot of selling pressure either. I want to see some volume increasing to confirm that this is a hold. RSI maybe going above that 50 mark would be ideal.
This is testing all of my trend supports here, TJ, on SPY 1 minute. Let's see if they break under here 270.10 as the support.
DPW. DBA.
Nice hold on SPY there. We have volume confirming it. We got that RSI move up. So watch for this resistance level to be tested. I mean, I'd wait. You know, when you have an exaggerated like tank like this in one direction pretty much, probably going to get a reversion all the way up to like that 1720 mark. And yeah, and that's when we'll probably know what's going to happen.
Look for a 269.50 here on SPY.
See, we're like right here, most traders would be like, hey, this is a nice chart pattern. We got like confirmation on a like a trend line, but it's not a solid trend line, so I can see it coming down here.
IQ.
Oh, I love it. I love RSI. Like that has saved me many hidden divergence is amazing.
So guys, I still have this AMD short open. I didn't want to interrupt TJ while he was going over that mini lesson, so I didn't have to. I just have these 50 shares still. 47.53 entry. I gotta mute my headphones for a little bit. I just gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, BA is going to test 150s. If it doesn't hold 150, expect this to melt.
Acre. 4,
Yo, BA is just melting. 149.
Well, SPY is melting as well.
Yeah, thank you, TJ. Alright, just cover the rest of my BA.
DPW,
Guys, and please don't forget that lesson that I did on Thursday. You know, it's recorded. It's the most important thing. Know when you have an edge, know when you don't. Don't try and be a market pundit if you're new and if you don't have a finance background. If you actually don't know how to analyze most of the data, you are just going to get whiplashed in the markets and they will eat you up. And that's okay. If you just acknowledge that you don't know it. And I don't know everything. Believe me, I wish I did. I'd be all in then if I knew everything, right? Now, this isn't a game of being right, and that's the beauty of it. You can be wrong and still be right, technically, and you can also be right and still be wrong. So just follow your your rational decision making process. I like using the scientific method. see what works for you. It's not always going to work for everyone, guys. Okay, like I wish following calls will work, but realistically, it doesn't always work. And the one thing that you want to do, it's on YouTube, by the way, KZ Money. Um, One thing you want to do is just, you know, keep maneuvering your stops. Now, on my short position, like Jeff mentioned too, it's like we don't know. I don't know if I got the top on SPY today. I really don't know. I hope I did,
Acre.
but how do I save myself? So when will it not be the top? Right? That's the one question you want to ask yourself. So for me personally, I only have 20 contracts. I've made money today. I've made money yesterday. I've made enough that I can just hold on to these contracts and pray that this is like the top. Now, I should have got into VIX because now I don't have an hedge. Um, Now, I still have my VIX contracts, but I'm freaking down on those. Uh, Shit. Yeah, like 40%. So, I still have to like wait to see what's going to happen with that one. And I still have until May, so yeah, Theta's just gonna ruin it. So I'm gonna have to look at a hedge today. I will keep you guys updated on what I come up with, but we need a bounce at least to get a nice hedge. Entry on a hedge. Now VIX, my previous VIX position was at 43 or 42. So I wouldn't mind even just going long on VIX. Just gonna wait to see a nice little pullback here. Jesus, VIX is crazy. Yep, should have hedged this morning. All right. So now that we tanked this much, like if you guys are going to scalp it, I just saw the tape. It looks a lot cleaner over here. If this level holds, it's not bad for a long position, guys. So 2680 is going to be my level. If it holds, it looks like a beautiful entry here. But it's got to hold this level. Tight stops. And this is why I like always like catching bottoms, because if you have a tight stop after an exaggerated sell, like, yeah, you might stop out. But to be honest, I am able to usually like scalp out at least half. And then just, if I do have to stop out, I'll just stop out and either take a small loss or a small win. So, yeah, that's my strategy.
I like that idea. It's actually why I sold out of BA. It's a pretty extended move down. Thought a meme version would probably have it on SPY too.
Yeah. So, that being said, like, I still want to capitalize on this, but I still want to hold on to that position. So, what I'm going to do now, at this point is I'm pretty much just going to trade something else. So, probably going to trade. Wait, I can trade MES, right? Ah, this is beautiful. It's not going to affect my ES position, right? This is beautiful. I should have
USCG.
went in heavier onto this then. Never traded like MES and ES at the same time. Missed the best entry, so let's see. This
Dang
is
it.
a
And me
bounce
too,
for me.
dude. Get call on a bounce.
Thank you.
Yeah, BA just ripped up $3 a share.
Wow, I missed that entry on MES, so that sucks. Oh well. Could have also traded NQ. NQ is actually not bad.
XAN.
So guys, 268 was that after hours high. So let's see if they're going to maintain this push. 20 MA test here.
LADR. DPW.
They just engulf this on less volume here. This needs to close over the 8. Which will also be above candle support. They got it below the 8, above the 20 SMA.
It's funny. I made as much as I made yesterday scalping ES as I like by just holding it. Like, yeah, holding works, guys. Follow trend, catch the trend, hold.
So this held trend support here from the top and resistance 269.70. So it's literally in the middle of a trend range here, 268.90 to 269.70 from the top.
I'd just be careful following the trend right now. Since we had that run up overnight, it was kind of a hard run up, and it was a hard run up yesterday. So there's a lot of risk there on the long side.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a squeeze on SPY.
I think SPY will come to 267 here in the like sooner than later. I'm pretty sure we're gonna test like 267s, 266s. Just what the volume here is telling me overall. Big picture, I think we come down even 265, but overall, I think we're gonna launch today and we'll break high of the. It just seems really healthy. It looks healthy on bigger time frames.
I agree with that.
And a 60-minute close here over the next hour would give us a beautiful, healthy, bullish divergence back into overbought on SPY. And we can see that it just stayed overbought all day yesterday and finally came under.
let's say from 11 a.m. and later, it stayed overbought.
SSL.
Okay, that being said, guys, I'm going to try doing an ad on AMD, guys. So we came under 124 on SMA. I don't like AMD here at all, so I did a 50 share ad at the 47.13 level before, just before I announced it, and yeah, sorry guys. Targets 46.50 and 46. I don't have too much support on this under 46.
You're right. This pattern on AMD is bearish for the day.
Thanks, Tim. But yeah, overall, I still think that we're gonna launch today, later in the day. But I think we come down to like 266s, 267s before we do. I think it's gonna happen sooner than later. As you can see, SPY is just failing here. Setup doesn't look too healthy here for a bounce. I think 268 will test again, and maybe we can get a double bottom at TJ's level. Anyway, that being said, my average is 100 shares, 47.30.
XAN.
I mean, if that AMD turns into a reversal, though,
CEQP.
I mean, as long as you have a stop loss, right, it's not really a big deal. It's just because the run up yesterday and the run up overnight and just the market generally running up right now, there's just risk there on the short side.
IDP.
Yeah, based on
Baker.
what I'm seeing here, I'm bearish on this under 48. So I'm just going to try and stick to the short and do an ad near like 47.75, like a 2-to-1 ad at 47.75. And then I'll do another either 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 at 40 below 48, and I'll cut it over 48. So because I see the down move, my main target, guys, 46.50, then 46. So main target 46, but first target 46.50. So I was looking for a 2-to-1 before. I had been pretty much forced to convert this to a 1-to-1. But again, it's small position size, so I'm still happy to hold this up to Hey, Profit, how are your calls looking now? Did they change at all? Or did you exit?
I'm outside right now. When I go back down, I'll check it out.
LADR. DIN.
Yeah, shout out TJ on that 268 bounce.
I think AMD and SPY are both going to rip here.
I'm looking at shop. Shop's interesting. Rare.
Shop had a downgrade. I posted that on trading floor. I was wondering why it was down so much today.
Yeah, it is down a lot, but look at the setup here. Check it out.
Yeah, it's holding really well.
Right.
They had a PT downgrade and then they just
DPW.
downgrade today. I'm wondering if insiders are trying to position on. Sorry, not insiders. Toots.
NRBO. HTD. DPW. DCP. XAN. EDNT.
Don't chase BA, people. Holy crap. Just let it come back up to 150. Don't chase it. To be honest, 156 is the best place, but I do see SPY here. It could be flagging, but I do see the 70 RSI, so it looks good on the downside. And if you ever have FOMO, just make sure you have a tight stop loss.
Wes.
Bagamuti, your mic's. Thanks.
SPY melt, that was not a flag. I'm taking some more off BA here. If you're in BA, I think we might get a test. If you're not in, I wouldn't recommend chasing it.
Are you in the long? Because I was thinking about trying the short under 150.
Oh no, I shorted it. We can
Oh,
re-short
nice.
it under 150. I'm down for that.
Are
I
you
just
in the
think,
short?
yeah, I took the short at 154, instantly knifed down to like 152.
Do you take any profits yet?
Oh yeah, I've got quarter left.
Okay.
BA has been amazing. $6 a share at first trade. This one's playing out pretty well too. I do see SPY here trying to go bullish.
Vor.
BA knifing 150.60, guys. JZ, just try and let this trade work for you, okay? You have a 20K stack at 152, so I don't think you have much to worry about.
No, I'm definitely not gonna watch this one. Earlier, I was
INPX.
watching it just because there was a good chance it was gonna test 150, and it did. And I was just looking to secure a nice little.
Cal. Acre. SSL. RCL. Wes. DPW.
Thanks for posting that, Baga.
Pace. Egan. DPW. YGYI. BLRX. Acre. DPW. KLXE. YGYI. SSL. 4. Pace. PSTI. DPW.
All right, guys, that was good. That was enough for me. And I should have reversed it. That would be a good play if I reversed MES position there. Just gonna wait. Let's see. We can go up. Actually, it's tanking over here. RSI came down a lot, so I expect it to like kind of bounce over here again. And yeah, then we'll go from there.
Pets.
I think it's looking a little bit heavier here. Chris, short calls is not a bad strategy, guys. So, I wanted to mention this. Chris brought it up to my attention too, guys. Um, it's so much
SSI.
safer for you to do spreads now. Spreads are something that are a little bit tricky. You have to like really time it. You have to know how to look into it. Now, for me, the biggest thing is I want to know if I'm getting a good deal on a spread. So, someone tell me, what's the easiest way to know if you're getting a good deal on a spread? Do you know how to check, by the way, guys? And now I only know how to check on toss. One of the main reasons why I love toss. All right. So, looks like you guys don't know. Okay. So, does anyone know how to link a chart? Please tell me you guys know how to do that. If you don't know how to
SSL.
do that, please go back to the drawing board because that's one of the most important things. Now, go ahead and open a chart up, link it to something separate. All right, so something that isn't linked. For me, it's number 5, purple. That's the one I linked it to, right? All right, so once you did that, what's the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna go to your trade tab, pick whatever stock you want. Let's say we're gonna do a vertical. Shit, I have to do a stock I didn't trade. 1 second. Now, Analyze tab is a little bit
PSTI.
complicated for new traders, but I actually want you guys to kind of start using it on everything single trade that you take. How do you
Kawa.
know what's your risk if you don't even measure it, if you don't look at it? So pretty much just go to like pretty much anything. You can actually link it to pretty much anything. So
EDNT.
let's see here. I'm just doing it myself. Give me 1 second.
RMBL.
All right, so once you have the spread that you're looking for, okay? Once you found it, you can choose like under option chains, you can change it to whichever one you want. You found the one you wanted. Now you have an option there when you right click it, and it's going to be like send to, right? It's like the last, it's at the bottom. And pretty much you just click on whichever one that you want to send it to. And then you actually get a chart of pretty much the spreads. So then you'll know if you're actually doing good, if it's a good trade for you or not. And sometimes I look at this and be like, hey, maybe I can do it better if I do the legs separately. And pretty much, that's how I kind of do it. Now, I like to do it separately because I can time the top and the bottom really well based on my technical analysis skills. It works. So you're on the trade window, right? Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Just got a quick call. All right, perfect. So yeah, so if you're on it, all you have to do is right click and then send to, and then you're gonna send it to whichever color coordinated chart window that you had open. For me, it was purple, and then you get to actually see the spread. you'll know when it's good. You'll know when it's the best time to sell. That's why you'll notice that one of the biggest things I do is I sell, well, not sell, like I close the position usually in the morning. And someone go ahead, post a chart of any spread and tell me why we would do that. I don't know how to do it on any other broker. Mar, well done, buddy. No, not on the analyze tab, the trade tab. Now, analyze tab is something that I always use, but you can do this on pretty much anything. Oh, you can also do it on Active Trader too. But this is to actually see it on the chart, which you'll be able to see when it's the best time. What the hell? What did I get stopped out of? Now, the next thing that's also important is, do you know your order, like I believe order rules tab? I really like it because it kind of like breaks it down, and then you also can set a time limit on it. So it's pretty dope. You can have like a condition on it. I highly encourage that as well. So, you know, really look into this, guys. It's so amazing what you can do,
DPW.
especially with something like Toss. Now, I know everyone is scared to sell contracts. I fully understand that. And that's why it's never good to do it naked. No, so that's like the active
IVR.
trader one. I'm talking about the chart. Send it to something that's linked to a chart. You're getting there. It looks horrible when you have indicators on, so make sure you take that off. I'm not gonna go and do that because I need my indicators. But take a look. No, Bobby. So that's only gonna show you one leg. What NOE? No, I guess Noah
RWT.
or Noe, I guess, mentioned was a different one. Now, I want to show you guys how to actually do this. No, you don't have to go into the analyze tab. Analyze tab you have to go into anyways, like when you're taking any trades. But I want you to just do it off your trade tabs. look through the option leg, switch it to vertical or whichever one. Like it's like the option chain. You see where it says spread? Just switch that to whichever one you want to do. So this is something that I do just to kind of pretty much just, find the best entry for me. There you go. And it's super simple, guys. Like you can actually see what he's doing.
Vor.
And then right click on the one that you desire.
Two.
See, super simple, right, guys? Beautiful. Like it's really hard when you have indicators on there, so I usually take my All right, just watching my positions here. Man, what a crazy run up. Still in my MES trade, looking gorgeous right now. Now we're hitting resistance points. Okay, so this is probably, yeah. You know what? Actually, this is a tough one. I think it can go up a little bit more, just because NQ is just ripping here. So keep an eye out because I think it might rip as long as NQ keeps ripping. If the moment NQ breaks down, just consider taking some off on ES, MES, whichever one you trade.
WMC.
I took a quarter off. I'm just gonna keep the rest and see if it goes up more.
RMBL.
I'm seeing some weakness over here, guys. This is probably a good place, and I probably want to load up on VIX here. So yeah, I'm gonna be busy for.
Four. CEQP.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up, buddy?
Not much.
Mid.
Pretty much done trading for the day. How about you?
I'm just looking.
Well done today on the top and bottom, man. Amazing.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, 268 was that clear support that you gave, and it was that after hours high that occurred. So really nice level there. And that RSI adjustment was like pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and honestly, like even per contract, guys, that's like $4,500.
SSL.
Dan, you still have that 270 contract, or did you close out?
I still got it. I'm actually thinking here about doing a short on it, maybe to scalp.
Dan, you cut out. You said you still.
Yes, I still have it, the 270. I'm looking to do like a sell a 275 call here. I'm just looking right now. I'm thinking about selling 275 call and scalping that because I don't want to lose any profits on it. It's really good.
If anyone would like to participate on the voice call, just shoot me a PM, or you can post in the trading channel. We'll set up for you.
The premiums are really high, man. They're really juiced. I want to short some of it and take some of that.
What's that 270 call worth now, Dan?
1 second. I'm looking at the VIX. $270 is at $13. It's like really high. So I want to short on that on top of that. Now the 275 is coming in at higher, way higher. It's at $10. I think that can go back down to. So I see a $200 play here.
PRTY. PTSI.
TJ, how are you feeling right now? Bullish or bearish on the markets?
Honestly, still bullish. Just waiting. NQ has to tank. For NQ personally, I want to see that 2840 tank. But again, we got that major sell off. As I said, profit takers are going to be taking profits. And as soon as it ramps down, everyone's going to be selling into it. They're like, okay, when do we sell? Remember what I always told you guys, like always trade like the market and the like the people that's trading it, right? And when people are up this much over like a 3-day period, you're gonna have a sell off. When you have that sell off, all you have to do is just short into the strength, and when you catch that bottom, what I was looking for, and which is why I brought up Adam and Eve, that's what I was looking for on a setup for a long. I wanted it to be like a V shape on the Adam. Adam is a V shape, by the way, and then the Eve is usually like a I guess
Four.
like Johnny's dumpling tops or frying pans, right? So you want kind of like a frying pan pattern. Now we didn't get it so clean, but we did get some RSI support. We bounced off higher RSI, and then we just continued to rip. At this point over here, like we are heavy on the RSI. I'm still waiting to see how far I can go. I think we're gonna go a little bit higher over here. I believe we're probably gonna break that 2740 mark. and then after that I'll reassess it. I mean, it's been a lot. Just like guys, like I mentioned, just follow the trend. Algos are down. It's so much easier. All you have to do is follow the damn trend. So I still think the trend isn't broken. I think we can go up more. Just gotta wait for confirmation on that. NQ's coming down a bit. We might get a slight correction here, 2730s, and then another push up is what I'm expecting. Now on this push down, you can see the RSI is adjusting a lot faster. So, keep that in mind too. We don't want a fast, we want a fast RSI decline and then a quick move right back up. If that quick move doesn't come, it could be dead. But yeah, right now we have RSI support. It's moving along perfectly. So for me, it's just still long.
Thanks, TJ.
Yeah, if 40% algos are down, guys, all you have to do is like you're trading traders now. Traders are so much easier to trade, as you can see. Way easier to trade traders than algos, and yeah, that's pretty much like you're using stats to your advantage, and this is exactly why we love trading like this, and why I'm like not trading something like TVIX today, and instead choosing this because if there's a trend, way easier way to make money. This is why I love stats, by the way. Like, this is exactly why. Most people wouldn't even have access to this kind of stats. And for me, that's a competitive advantage. And while most people are just trying to like capture a small move, we can capture larger moves, guys. And yeah, this is when money's made. That being said, I think I did good on my VIX hedge, so I look good on my long terms. I'm gonna be looking to scale out a sum. Now there's that 2730 test. Now NQ's coming down a bit. Let's see if we can hold this level. If we hold it here, I can see that we're going to push back. That's the RSI adjustment I was talking about. If we get a sharp decline, I want to see at this point a nice big move up. If we get that, we look good. Let's see if we can get that push back up here.
Oh, by the way, the Ontario College of Dentists Association is saying dental offices will be closed like up until like May or June, May at the minimum. I got an update from one of my friends who's a dentist.
There's that beautiful RSI adjustment. So when we get adjustments on the RSI like this, it is a big indicator that, we have now more room to go. We just adjusted, went back down to that 50 handle. All we have to do is just keep moving up here. So let's see if bulls come into play again. What you're going to be watching for is pretty much like the tape. You want to see the volume. I have SPY and ES open, so always try and read both at the same time. looking a little bit weaker over here. I want to see buyers take control. Gonna give it a couple minutes. Let's see. We got VIX moving up too, so that looks good. And it's not holding. Damn it, I was supposed to take some off. Instead, I added. So now my average has changed. 2707, which is still not bad. But I'm probably going to scalp out of this one.
Looks like an 8 MA cross down on 21 on SPY from Darius alert. Thanks, Darius.
Come on, where are the buyers at? I want to see that nice push up here. I want to see that 2730 hold if we see a continuation. We might just get like a double top and then a fail. I hope you guys are making money. Here at UT, the one thing that we try and do is try and make you guys self-sufficient traders. That's the biggest goal for us, because you can't follow strategies and win. Believe me, I've tried. And the best way to do it is to develop your own strategy and work as a team. And because of that team environment, we're able to constantly make money. I mean, honestly, and if you don't even believe it, just track all of our plays pretty much. You know, you'll see on a consistent basis we're able to consistently make money while most people are just chasing, doing like stupid trades, trading many tickers. We don't have to do that. We just have to stick to the ones that we know, and I have that we have high conviction on. For me, it's obviously going to be Tesla, TVX, Roku, AMD, that sort of stuff, like the tech stocks that I've always traded. Oh, funny enough, I don't have much success day trading Apple for some reason. Even though I love Apple as an investment, not so lucky when I like holding it pretty much.
Four.
All right, let's see if this continues here. I'm gonna take that ad off because I didn't mean to add anyways, but hey, it worked out, so just gonna take it off. feel like I should take a little bit more off. I mean, honestly, if we break 27.25, so I'm just going to cut it anyways. Maybe even go on the short side.
Okay, everyone, I'm gonna take a little lunch break here. I'll be back in like half an hour or so.
SSL.
Time to do some DD. Enjoy your lunch, Johnny.
Thanks, DJ.
All right, mic test, mic test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know what was wrong with that. Kyrogen. So to answer your question again, what you're doing is what most people are trying to do, and it's exactly how I started out.
YGYI.
It's very doable. What you want to do is generally, so TJ just actually pointed this out. For new traders, especially, just avoid the first 15 minutes, 30 minutes if possible. You guys can definitely still paper trade it and see if you guys can get some sort of edge.
DPW.
But yeah, for any sort of new trader, even if you want to start, just capitalizing on the morning volatility, start with paper money. If you can't make money with paper, you're definitely not going to make money with real money. But yeah, just you can definitely capitalize in the morning. Try and paper trade first, and then after you're done paper trading and after work, try to study up still. Okay, Kyrogen, yeah, that's exactly how I started out first. But that's like the first, I want to say, like month or two. Those aren't exactly indicators. You want to sign up for something like TradingView or TOS, which stands for Thinkorswim, or any broker, to be honest. You should be able to have an actual charting platform. I recommend actually checking out TOS or TradingView first. They're both free. Or Interactive Broker, but I think you have to pay for those trades though, right? Dude, Jason, nothing's changed for me, man. Like, I've always been kind of like this. Sinker Force. Johnny answered your question earlier. He said no. Should not matter what time of day if you're trying to hold long term. You don't want to gauge by time of day. You generally want to gauge by like where we're at. Like like TJ mentioned this earlier. If you look at the 3-day chart of a SPY, yeah, exactly. Harbor Fiber. Buy high, sell low. Not buy low, sell high, right? So we're definitely extended very high over these last 3 to 5 days. So you can definitely buy here long term, but you'll get a better deal if you wait a couple of days. I think the sentiment is that the market shouldn't hold this extension, but we could always be wrong.
YGYI.
Man, we killed it on our analysis. ZM. Okay, I didn't hold on to ZM, but that's my own trading fault. But the alert was perfect. Long over that 110 handle, went all the way up to 118s. Tesla short from the 560 level, went all the way down to 540s. A lot of potential.
And BA had a nice move down too. This team's killing it.
Yeah, we've been just killing it. While people are like scalping small moves, we're getting dollars per share, guys. Dollars, not like a couple dollars either. That is crazy. That's why we get the big bucks.
That's why people trolling you guys, huh? I missed out on that yesterday.
KZ Money, please read through the new traders program and Ultimate Newbie Guide by Soya. This is a game where you can lose money like so fast. But not knowing the difference between long or short, that's something that you really have to read about. You have to have basic knowledge in anything. You can't make big dollars if you don't put in the big time. Like, there's a correlation there. And if you're not gonna study, you know, it's not fair to us. We put in so much effort into it. We get these questions on a daily basis, daily. And we put emphasis into those channels so that you guys can actually learn. And I highly recommend that you do that because it's honestly not fair for us because we have to repeat the same things. That's something that like you can actually Google it and find out yourself.
KZ, you posted a really good quote yesterday in here. It takes what, 6 months to build a house and just an hour to burn it down?
Yeah, and don't take it the wrong way either. It just, we put in a lot of effort into this.
Duo. DPW.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone could have taken that in the wrong way.
I hope not. And guys, it's not always about having all the answers. It's about just finding the answers, to be honest. When I started, I come from a fundamental background. For me, valuation tables, those are stuff that I can do, eyes closed. No issue there. I'm amazing at it. I killed it on my long terms. Now,
4.
something, like when it came to technicals, I actually had to learn. And it's because of this group that obviously that I learned like at an accelerated rate. Now, you do also have to keep in mind that like I work hard for it every day. So any profits I make today, it's not today's profits. It's the work that I put in for the last like 11 years, 12 years actually. And that's a lot. And it's not even 12 years. Like you have to remember, I went to, I had like tutors for business, right? So business and math. And pretty much like since I believe it was like 14 or 15. Um, so, my whole life has just been towards like this common goal. Obviously, I didn't know it was trading. I was like gonna be in business because my dad ran businesses. I was like, okay, that's probably the route that I want to take. I don't like politics. I'm just gonna like try and do what my dad did, and it worked out. And I know it's not easy. Believe me, the sacrifices you have to make, most
AJX.
people can't do it. But like I mentioned too, like my favorite quote: if you want what 1% of the world has, you have to be willing to do what 99% of the world doesn't do. And along the way, you're gonna lose a lot of friends. You're gonna disconnect with your family. But the ones that truly matter, they should actually see your progress. They'll know that you did it for a good reason. Like my really good friends, I never call them. They call me. If I call, they always know it's for a reason. I never call and be like, "Hey, how are you doing today?" "Oh, my day's fine." That's not me. I'm not there for like chit chat. I don't do that. So, when they understand that though, right? And if like those are the friends that you do have to keep, not the ones that are like distracting you from making money. So walk sign, just scroll all the way up to the top. I know it's a lot of material, but I'll be honest. If you want to learn trading and you want to fit it in one book, it's going to be 6 feet tall. Would you ever even buy the book? You wouldn't. You honestly wouldn't. So, I wish it was simple. And if it was simple, actually, no, I don't wish it was simple. Then it's harder to make money. If it's a simple business, guess what happens? Your profit margins go down. So I'm actually glad it's not simple. It gives us an edge. For the guys that actually put in the time and effort, that's a huge edge for us, which obviously royally pays. Like money is the byproduct of what we do, but it's not because of our trading. It's because of the knowledge that we've accumulated for the trades that we tackle, right? This kind of stuff doesn't just come overnight, and it won't. There's a reason why I usually am able to be consistently profitable. And I teach this in our dream team too. And, you'll notice like our dream team members, they know what they're doing. Hands down, they're like, honestly, amazing now. Like, we had a meeting yesterday with the dream team, and I couldn't even think of something that they should do differently because they actually have their process down packed now. Everyone knows what they're doing. The newer team members, I still have to see more data because I don't see consistency in the data. So, just waiting on that for the new members. But I mean, I have to give a big shout out Meta, Cipher, Gabe. I didn't see his trading journal yet, um, but I'll work on that. Dobie, especially Dobie, to be honest. Like Dobie, I'm just gonna quickly share it here.
Yo, congrats, you guys.
As soon as I find yours. Oh,
DPW.
there we go. All right, so this is the total, okay? Since Dobie started with us at the on the Dream Team, I believe it's Dobie's trades. I'm pretty sure.
4.
So that's the total. As you can see, it's not a small sample size. 373 trades. You can see it's still profitable. 12 cents a share. Profit factor will improve. Now you can see average hold time on a winning trade 3 hours, losing trade 38 minutes, scratch trade 27 minutes, which is not bad. Now consecutive max losses, not what I want to see. But now I'm gonna show you the stats from January to now, and those stats are from like I think a year and a half ago, might be 2 years, actually probably like close to a year and a half to 2 years. Now, this is only from January. Now, that's only 24 trades, so it's not the best sample size. 50-50 win rate. However, look at that. Average winning trade, 412. Average losing trade, $98. Profit factor now, average per share gain, it's $1 a share. Like, that's amazing. Average hold time, take a look at that. Consecutive losses came down drastically, and his entries are getting a lot better now. And yeah, if you want to see improvements, yeah, you can. It just takes time. You just got to be realistic. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And to be fair too, like for the Dream Team, I specifically
LADR.
picked out individuals in every walk of life, older individuals, retired, well, not retired, people with families that they have to take care of, younger individuals, people with business background like Cypher ran successful businesses, people like Gabe who also ran successful businesses. So I used all of them had one thing in common: hustle. That's all I like need. Everything else you can kind of teach, and you have to follow your own rules, of course. And you can see the improvement just like right there in front of you guys.
All right, good. You're on, Mike. Bye, bye, boy. All right, so no, a lot of brokerages you can export your trades, and it'll just look like a Excel sheet or
Paste.
some sort of file like
Every
that.
broker, you should be able to export it, export a CSV file, and then all you have to do is import it into TraderView. Also, just go on TraderView website, you will see it. And honestly, it's one of the programs I always recommend people to pay for. I don't tell you guys to buy anything else really. We already have our scanner, which is community funded, and that's running. For news feeds, our guys are so good at it. Meta is amazing, and honestly, Meta is just astonishing how consistent she is, and she's doing really well. Yeah, and Mar said a good point too. That's enough to backtest a strategy. Like, if you guys want to do it for free, why not just do this? Um, just like Mar says, 100 trades, you have enough stats to know if you're even good at this. And guys, just save your money. Every loss you take, every $100 you take is not $100 loss. In a year, that's a 12K loss, and that's being so conservative. We make way more than 5% in a day, on like most cases, right? Now, let's say, yeah, minus the losses, sure, 5% a week, that's perfect. That's 12K every year that you're losing.
TJ, look at what Pop the Builder posted. The link. He says it even tells you your entries on the charts. That's half
Yeah,
the work we did. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Have you used that site?
Which one?
Trade Insights?
Oh no, I thought you guys were talking about
4,
Trader View.
Oh, TraderView doesn't plot it for you on the
Yeah,
charts,
it
does it?
does. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, the
like
paid
this
the
is
paid
high
version, right?
cash. This is no the I think the free version too. High cash. Did you pay for yours? I'm not sure.
I don't
High
remember the free
cash's
version
trade
having that.
wasn't the best trade, but look, you can actually see the trade that was done on January 21st. So you can see how it's plotted there.
Oh, that's sweet. I'm gonna look for that. Hopefully, it's not paid.
Yeah, mine's free. It has that feature.
Oh, sick. All right, thank you guys. Turkey, what happened? Donnie pulled the trigger on what?
PEBC.
Oh, and we have Mari back too. So can't wait to see.
Yeah, she has some killer trades.
Yeah,
Leave.
like
End.
her trades. Honestly, I actually learned a lot from her too. Actually, I like her strategy. It's like pretty fluid.
It's very simple too. It's straight up
Exactly. I didn't want
support
to
and
call it
stuff.
like simple because it's like because then it
Yeah,
makes it seem like it's not good. But to be honest, simplicity is like the way to do things.
it really is. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's always capturing like dollar per shares. Um, yeah, and she just recently started trading with us again, so can't wait.
PSTI.
So someone asked me what's the conditions to join the dream team. Honestly, the biggest thing is to be aware of my time as well. That's a big thing to me. Because the time that I spent doing this, I actually could have been researching something that could actually like make me money, and like my money comes from doing my research. That's why I'm able to be consistent. I'm able to follow trends when it's supposed to. I was doing mean reversion trades and I quickly switched off because of data that I was presented. Now that's giving me an edge. Now I sacrificed that time and also time from my girlfriend just to kind of help this out, help you guys out. So the one biggest thing is my time value is expensive, so I don't want to waste it. One, B, you have to put in way more effort than I do, because if I don't see the effort, if you're not playing as a team, if you're just there to like find someone else's strategy, then obviously I don't want to help those people. Those people don't deserve my time, and that's the second biggest thing. I am okay with helping people that help out. That's, you have to be the change that you're looking for in the world. I'm not, someone that's like, I can like solve like world crises. I can't do that. What I can do is do what I'm good at, and teach people how to do that. That's pretty simple for me. I've been doing it for so long. It's easier. um it's more rewarding for me than if I was to like donate money to a cause. I think this is something where I can see the progress, and you know it's pretty pretty easy. Now the next thing is like I want to see activity. Like, you guys have to also give back to the community, and that's one of the biggest aspects too, because I don't like people that are freeloaders. They don't get far. If you take a look at every single, like, let's say manager you ever had in your like lifetime, or not even manager, any person that just, it's like walks through life, you'll notice they're
4,
probably at the same place, if not worse, from your memory. And that's because of them. I mean, they choose to do it. Sometimes they're put in hard positions, but most of the time, like, you can overcome it. And I want those guys that are hungry, that can overcome. I don't care what capital you start with. I don't care if you're paper trading. It just, the one thing that I really care about is, hustling.
Yeah, I just want to add on top of putting more effort than TJ does, because he even stated this, and it's 100% true. We can't afford his time, even if we wanted to. But also make sure you have at least like 3 to 4 hours free time minimum a day, because you do need to do statistics and analysis on your trades. If you're not able to do that, I don't recommend joining Dream Team. It's kind of where I kind of fell out.
Yeah, and you have to be a good trader, by the way. Like, when I mean good, I mean like your basics. I'm not gonna teach people A to Z. I can teach you guys strategy. I can teach you guys how to perfect stuff. That's a better utilization of my time. But teaching you guys like how to short at the top, no, that's something you guys can learn anywhere. My value is like perfecting it, creating like solid plans where you can actually improve, and exponentially. That's my biggest target, and that's what I want to focus on, not on teaching stuff that's already written down in a book that anyone can learn. That's up to you guys to learn that. That's not a good utilization of my skill sets.
Yeah, exactly, Harbo Florba.
SSL.
KZ, Investopedia will be your best friend. They just explain everything so well. But long story short, long is when you want a stock to go up, short is when you want a stock to go down.
All right, I'm gonna get off mic right now, but gonna be looking for some trades too. So keep you guys posted on the trading chat.
DPW.
Thank you, TJ.
Thanks, DJ.
BNED.
I'm gonna jump on the mic here. This has been trading.
What up?
Hey, Jay-Z.
Green Day?
Hey, what's that?
Green Day?
Yeah, 2 tickers, green on both. No, nothing red
Nice.
so far, but I know we got a pretty big audience here, and a lot of people are newer. So I want to relate a couple things here that I've learned over a few years, and more about, yeah, not so much on specifics. Like I used to do a lot of coaching of various sports, basketball, volleyball, into some individual sports, water skiing, tennis, and I think we can all relate to sports. So the biggest thing, and this totally, if sports is a parallel for trading as well. Let's just say like you've never played basketball, so you've never traded, and you walk on the court and you pick up the ball, and then you're going to try and do some things. You're going to try and dribble, you're going to try and shoot, all these kind of things, right? But you're never actually going to play basketball for real, like on a team, until you've done a bunch of practices, right? You've gone to a lot of practices over and over and over. You've tried to, perfect a layup, a jump shot, all these things. And you do this before you even play the game. And it's the same with trading. If you don't practice somehow, you're not going to be very successful initially in trading, right? So big one, right? So how do you practice, right? So how do you practice? Well, and how do you practice and survive, and still make, you take a foul shot, you might make
SSL.
1 or 2 out of 10 when you first start. Same thing with trading. You're only going to probably get 1 or 2 green trades. How do you start? So how do you practice without killing your account? How do you practice without losing big? Well, you can paper trade, right? Paper trading, people say there's some pros and cons. There definitely is, but at least you can practice and not lose money. So that's one thing you can do. The other thing you can do is you can play really small. You can take your count and you can trade 1% of it, and it's real money. You don't lose big, and you keep practicing over and over and over, right? And of course, you got to do all this practicing, while you're studying or after you're studying, that kind of thing. So this is key, folks. You don't practice, you're not going to develop the brain with the body, the brain doing the same actions as the body. It's just like a sport. A coach can go tell you, hey, go do that. Here's how you do a left-handed layup. So go, you jump off your right foot, you shoot with your left hand, you put this knee up. The coach can tell you, hey, that's how you do a left-hand layup. Or a trading coach can say, hey, you got to stop out. You got to stop out. But until you go and do 100 left-hand layups, or try and do 100 left-hand layups, you're not gonna do them very well. So the same thing with trading. Until you learn and teach yourself, your brain and your body, to stop out of a trade 100 times,
CLPR.
it's not going to be ingrained. It's not going to be natural, right? So here's the two big takeaways: is this practicing over and over while not hurting your account or harming yourself. And secondly is getting the brain and the psychology to mesh with the physiology, so that when your brain says, oh shit, I got to stop out here, the physiology doesn't even react and you stop out, right? So you have to practice all these things somehow, for a long period of time before you enter the game. Or if you're going to go in the game has to not mean much. So you got to start super, super small, and it just got to practice. So everybody knows the old 10,000 hour thing from Malcolm Gladwell. And it is true. And if you have a mentor or a group like United Traders, you might be able to cut that 10,000 hours into 5,000 hours. But don't think for a second that you can just start trading without practice and without putting the psychology along with the physiology, the repetition. You have to repeat, because we can tell you to stop out. We can tell you, here's where you take your profits. We can tell you this is a strategy here, the double bottom with a RSI divergent, etc. But until you actually practice stopping out, practice taking the trade on a double bottom, setting a stop, all that kind of thing, until you practice things, then you're going to fail, because only one part of the system, just your brain, might understand this, but you can't. You got to stop out. You should take advantage of this double bottom with RSI. But if you haven't practiced it somewhere, either with like a really small share size or on a paper account or something like that, you're not going to succeed. So
AEZS.
I just wanted to get that out there, that we can tell you over and over, this is how you trade, this is what you do, etc. But it's going to take that individual discipline to practice, to research, to study, to do things over and over. That's going to make you successful and give you that experience to succeed. So just two big picture comments I wanted to make while we're trying to help everybody become better traders here. Yeah, I've been here 3.5 years, I think, Cypher. Not 2 years. Okay, let's take this sport analogy one more time. Thanks for all the kudos there. So who's trading in the market right now? Who are you playing against? You're playing against guys like TJ. Against guys like Bill Ackman, Cohen. You're playing against these institutionals. And if you want to do the analogy in sports, these guys are pro NBA. Let's stick with the basketball theme here. They're pro NBA players. Pro. So you think you can walk onto a basketball court and do something successfully with all these guys around? No, they're going to tool you. They're going to school you, right? So before you even play the game, just think how much you'll have to practice in order to come on a court and compete with these kind of guys. Just don't think trading's so easy that, I got a couple grand in my account, boom, I'm going to have 20 grand by the end of the year. It's that easy. It's not. It's not. Oh, I'm bursting a few bubbles here with this, but you know, everything takes time. That traders jump in and succeed. So you got to build your success slowly and one step at a time. All right, back to the market. What are we watching?
SPY's just dancing on VWAP.
Nice job on your BA shorts today there, Jay-Z. I saw that.
Yesterday and today, it's just been a gift. Thank you.
Yeah.
IVR.
You just watching ES at the moment?
Yeah, and Carnival Cruise Lines. I've been scalping a lot today. It moves a decent percentage. I'm trying to.
Oh,
make
you
a
must have shorted
fat
it,
kid
huh?
on this.
Did you short
Actually,
it or did you long it?
both. I've been doing both. So
Oh, beautiful. I had a feeling I probably should have sold on the top there, but I got greedy. I'm like, Saudi Arabia invested in this. What are the odds that, you know, we get all these RH investors just pumping into it too? Should have set up a stop loss. I'm still on the profits though.
on what you've got a cruise line position
Yeah, I built up a short position. Not short. I built up a long position on it. Had to average a couple times.
on Carnival or
Yeah,
Royal.
Carnival. Yeah, first time I got in, it was at $28. Jeez. Took a couple averages.
That's
J
incredible
Dog.
how far they sold off. Yeah.
I know. They should recover pretty nice. I'm thinking at least a recovery to 20 to 30. J Dog. BA has just been really, what do you call that? What's the word? Transparent for me. Just the last 2 days, it kind of lined up with everything that I have, everything I'm looking at, and yeah, plays just kind of made sense to me. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try and be more transparent from now on. No more blocking out the shares. Had to talk with Johnny and try and show you guys everything. Yeah, I'll always post my entry and exits though. The SPY's looking rather weak. And then I read JDog's statement. Yeah, we're constantly testing. I have my MAs coiling down. We're not making higher highs. Tape still red. RSI downtrending. She no look too good.
It could be flagging, so
I did see that earlier too. But it's really choppy.
yeah, it does have like a $1.50 price range up and down.
Yeah, I had that channel, what do you call it, drawn out earlier, announcement. Yeah, it looks weak.
But then in this volatility, plus or minus dollar in either direction is not.
Yeah, what's our ATR for the day? Started 275.
KLXE
Not too big of a range
4.
today. Not yet, at least.
AM We should get a 271 test on SPY. Get the Pro. I don't know if now's a good time to buy McDonald's. If we're looking at coronavirus impacts for a couple quarters, I don't see this being a good time to buy them.
PRTY. DPW.
The retest of VWAP here, JZ. Is that what you're seeing?
I'm thinking it kind of, dances around here a little bit and then fails. Because that fail should have melted it, and they saved it rather quick. But then buyers couldn't take full control either. Possible, test here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, volume's tapered off a little bit here the last.
SSL.
So we're gonna see which way this is gonna go with respect to VWAP, anyways.
Yeah, I think that's what people are looking at right now too.
Long over 272 on SPY or short under 272 on SPY is probably, if you want to keep it simple,
VWAP.
it's probably
Yeah, which is also VWAP right now that SPY 1 minute.
number. So I like when a couple things go
Oh, it
together.
just lines up
Confluence.
perfectly. Yeah.
Just guys, with all the bullish sentiment recently, I would be careful going short. That's all.
I kind of agree with that, but we are kind of extended. Where did this run up from? Like 220 or 240?
I mean, the overnight.
Play it either way.
Remember, the market knows about the overnight movement on SPY and yesterday's movement and the weekend's movement. So everything is bullish on it as far as long time frames go. And the end of the day today, that's what people are going to be doing with their positions, is reacting to that sentiment.
Yeah, I just prefer to play the price action from a level and not try to guess or have a bias. So I understand what you're saying 100%. So you got to take that into account for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. Last half hour to hour, definitely be careful because we've seen SPY make some ridiculous. Yeah, SPY's just dancing here. This is gonna be the decision. Once it rips up over what 272.2 clean or under 271.6, it's gonna pick that direction, I think.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. The SPY's below the 20 MA for me, and it's below the 50 EMA for me. So, but it's just hanging on to VWAP.
Yeah, it's under both my
Kind of
MA.
neutral at the moment. I can't say bearish or bullish. I don't have Johnny's crystal ball at the moment.
Right.
It's clairvoyance.
Yeah, where's Johnny? Just guys, get ready for that knife in 2 seconds. Oh, I was just joking. I wish it actually knifed right there.
Yeah, this is long, guys.
If they save it here, that looks pretty bullish.
It needs like a candle to fully close under the level.
TJ, we're looking at a SPY right now.
Let's see if it.
What's your sentiment?
Yeah, it's hard to say this. Now it's below. Now it's just below VWAP. I haven't taken a short or a long yet. I need a little more definition here.
I totally saw this coming. I was like, this looks like it's just gonna be completely indecisive for like the next 5-10 minutes.
The 1 minute. I was looking at the 2 minute. 1 minute SPY. Why is my VWAPs messed up? What do you got for VWAP right now?
272 perfectly for the 1 minute. Might be like 272.01. Okay, TJ said he's bearish.
We're below VWAP, and on my 1 minute we're above VWAP. Like sometimes these interactive broker charts, especially with respect to VWAP, suck.
PRTY.
But you know, it's below the 20, below the 50. Now it's below VWAP. So until it comes back above VWAP, yeah, you got to play with the direction.
What's up, fellas?
Oh, that's good, Cypher.
Safe.
Yo, that's Jay-Z and Ben, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
brother.
It's Nick, man.
Si, senor.
Can finally tell me apart from Nick, huh?
Hey, what's up, TJ? Yeah, I've been hearing you guys talk a little bit. I'm still bearish on this until we, actually get a bullish move, either over, pretty much over the moving averages.
Yeah, it was pretty bearish out of the gates, and then after the New York governor spoke and gave some encouraging hospital numbers and plateau projections, I think the market kind of rallied pretty strongly, and then just kind of topped out a little bit. Getting indecisive now.
Yeah, the only reason I'm still short is because I got into a short on that bearish engulfing on the 5 minutes chart. So I'm still holding on to a short, but the moment it makes a break, a bullish break, I'll be out.
What's your out plan? Have you got like a trend line from the last two tops? The high.
That's exactly it. So like if I had to estimate right now, my out would probably be around 27.19. Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I like the way you use trend lines and take the bigger picture.
Well, it works really well for me. Everybody has a different trading style, and they all have merit. But just simple trend lines work really well for me, and then it keeps me in a trade a lot longer. I used to be a
DTW.
scalper, and then I started looking at my numbers, and I was like, you know what? I need to be holding longer, and I needed to figure out a system for doing that. And part of that is trend lines, and they're very simple.
Dude, so simple, and they work so well, especially lately. I feel like the trend lines work even better with more volatile.
Cypher, can you just post your trend line for your current position at the moment, just so that people got a visual for what you're describing?
Yeah, sure. Let me clean it up a little bit for protection purposes, and then I'll put.
Sorry to bug you in the middle of a trade, but
So on that note, TJ, algos still look at what do you call that? Trends and patterns, right?
So that's pretty much what I'm looking at on the 5 minute chart. It's not rocket science. One thing that works pretty well for me is using the 13 EMA combined with trend lines, and then if we're under the 13 EMA and we come up and tuck shit, I'm not too worried. But if we break that and the trend line, then I'm out.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
simple. I like it.
What's up, Johnny? TJ, that makes sense.
So far, the call of long over short 270, or was it 272? Yeah. Agree.
Yeah, that was great timing.
What are you guys watching, Tony?
We're watching
SPY. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
SPY.
ES.
Yeah, good timing, Tony. I think you hopped on right when it started dancing on that VWAP.
It was like right at VWAP and right at the whole number 272. So we just did an over under at that point. Johnny, now you can give us your analysis.
Oh yeah, speak of the devil. we were kind of hoping for your analysis there.
For SPY?
Yes, sir. Knife God here.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes.
That sounds good, boss.
By 1 minute, we're back over VWAP on SPY.
So on the 1 minute, I don't.
Right now?
Sorry.
I was just asking if either of you are in any plays right now.
I'm currently not. Tony?
We're to CCL at the moment from 1201.
Mid.
I was watching SPY and was gonna take a possible short on Microsoft. Tracking SPY pretty well. Not too volatile either. Nice cover.
URG. NTIC.
Yeah, 272 guys is still what I'm thinking. So we had seen earlier in the morning when we had discussed and analyzed SPY that if 272.50 couldn't hold, to expect a further tank down. I was looking for 269. TJ called the
PRTY.
beautiful bottom at literally right at 268, and we pushed back up. So I'm thinking and it still looks like with my trend lines And my VPA here, 272 is where the buyer's got to reclaim control and basically hard push and hold over 272.50.
Okay, I like that.
I'll be right back. Gotta take a phone call.
All right, sounds good.
So I'm looking at ES, not SPY, but they're pretty much the same. This is starting to turn into an uncompleted morning star pattern off of the VWAP on ES. VWAP's different on SPY, so I'm looking for that to turn into a trend break and cut my short and potentially flip to long. I think if you look at a 5 or 10 minute or 15 minute chart, it kind of looks like a potential bull flag if that trend breaks. Like a big bull flag is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm sure it looks good on the 30 minute. And that bull flag, if it is a bull flag, retraced pretty damn close to 50% on the fib. So, like, that's a classic bull flag setup, 50% fib retrace, a reversal pattern here, Morningstar, breaking out a trend line. I'm out of my short, flipping long. You guys got any other feedback on that? Do you see similar things or different?
Like I said, I'm bullish on SPY. I have been since I talked earlier.
Yours is more fundamental based than technical?
A combination of the two, but I'd say 70-30.
Might have been a little bit premature on that, but I want to see this Morningstar close, break trend line, and then break 13 EMA. Jay-Z, you're on. You're playing SPY.
Just watching at the moment. Oh crap! Sorry, wrong headphone. Just watching at the moment. No positions.
All right, I need to wait and see how this candle's gonna close.
I am keeping a sharp eye on the what do you call that RSI though. It was just on a straight downtrend.
PSTI.
Trying to reverse here. It looks like if it reclaims 50, it looks pretty good in my opinion.
Okay, still bearish for now.
Yeah, I rejected off the 50. Now hopefully we go oversold. RSI is at 33.
Four.
Who was the guy that was bullish? Like all day?
DSC.
I think that was Chris. Under 271 is really bad for.
Hey, Dream Team. Those of you who remember Mari, she's messaging me right now. You should say hi to her.
Oh, you guys just talking to Mari? Man, I talked to
Yeah.
her a week or two ago.
Oh, okay, cool. Is she coming back or no?
Yeah, she should be.
Nice.
I'm glad that she's talking to you guys today. Seems like she's trying to get back on track. I feel special. I got to talk to her a week or two in advance.
MRSN.
You're the man.
TJ, that's why I do emojis all day, man. I don't do emojis outside of Discord.
Roll Sue. Next.
Hey, Derek, what's up,
DPW.
man? How's your day been?
Hey, Johnny, you talking to me?
Yeah,
Pretty good, bro. How you doing?
great.
Vor. MRSN. PRTY. PACD.
Any update on LK?
LK is under T1 halt at the moment.
4, MRSN. SSI.
All right, guys, you know the plan. We're gonna wait till stops get triggered because we're not like most retail traders. Once that stop gets triggered here, we want to see volume coming in, picking up that move. Looking really decent, but still think we're gonna go lower. So just gonna wait because so I like the volume that's coming in, but you know RSI really tanked there. This might actually be a decent entry. I'm gonna just cover here. Should I reverse? I hate candlesticks like this. After a huge move down, we get candlesticks like this. You know, it's usually an indication it can actually go down even lower. So just gonna wait. Let's see what happens here. So if this candlestick starts moving lower, just gonna sit on my hands. Yep, let's wait. Everyone's gonna look for the same thing. Everyone that's been short on this trend is gonna be like, hey, we're breaking down through that trend, aggressive move down, volumes confirming it. When do we cover our positions? So, you know, again, we gotta be first in, first out. A really good lesson here. I wanna see that 20. Honestly, this is actually a pretty decent point.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Ideally,
cover it.
26. Yeah, 26.94 is not bad. So I took a little reversal on it. Let's see if it works. Stop out if it doesn't. It looks pretty weak here. Might continue to.
So I just bought back that call I shorted at $8. That was at 10. So I'm done.
Nice job.
Yeah, it was $200. TJ, the premiums were they were just out the they were just a lot very high. Put it that way. At that point, so I didn't want to lose money on. I had the 270 call, so I shorted 275. That worked out good. I'm just gonna take that and walk away.
I'm gonna try it one more time. If we hold that 26.90. Unless there's news. Do you guys see any news? Man,
Nope.
I gotta do it. Yep. Man, I don't even know what I got filled. Ah, that's not too bad. So let's see if we can get that reversal now. Like the moment it goes up, I want to make enough to, I'd say like 26.97. And then hold on to the rest. If we don't even bounce up to there, it's probably like really weak. Not liking it over here. Come on, bulls. I want to see that 26.95 hold. Move right back up. Life is good. Beautiful. Reduce some size around here, guys. And just hold on to the rest.
DJ, are you in a short?
How long on SPY now?
Oh, nice.
Man, I didn't even have to take that loss on the other one. Oh well. I'm like, kind of like new to like scalping this. So normally, if it was SPY, I would have just stayed in. What a beautiful push.
Yeah, I'm scaling on some BA here as well.
Yeah, this is a nice scale out too. We got some nice volume though, so I already did my scale out. Just gonna give it some room. Remember, we don't have to catch like the entire like bottom and like just scalp out. Like we want to kind of see if we get that reversal. If we get the reversal, it's good. If we don't, we can always try it at a different price. We just need that like one really good trade in that direction, catch it, and then take it home.
PRTY.
Bichu, damn, well done, buddy.
DPW.
I like the increase in volume today compared to yesterday.
Darius, nice call as well. Let's see if we get a double bottom test over here. That'll confirm. We make this look easy. Yeah, because Mar was posting like overnight some guy. I was watching it like over the weekend, and I don't know. He was like he had like $2 stops, $1 profit target, and then he's holding the rest. I was like, whoa, like that's such a horrible strategy. Forgot what it was. It was this Asian dude. But I do like that platform that he's using, NinjaTrader. That's amazing. Little bit being absorbed over there. Let's see if that continues.
NTG.
Not liking the cells that's going through. I do
4.
see buyers that's stepping up. See it, but I also see sellers here, large orders. So tight your tight your stop. Keep your stops tight. We are getting a nice little like RSI bounce here, so keep an eye out for that too. We have a nice adjustment over here, so if we actually bounce here, we're probably going to make a higher low on the RSI and then, continue on the trend up. Looking weak. Where are the buyers? Honestly, it's still looking weak, guys. It's probably going to break.
MRSN.
I went on the reversal side, but not sure if this is going to work. Do not recommend it, just to see if it will work.
TLT's printing highs, so you might be good there.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. See, teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, we're so close to the bottom, guys. Shorting it here is risky. It's just like I've had a short, since pretty much from the top. So for me, I'm just like scalping this out now, trying to catch that bottom. And if you don't catch the bottom the first time, you'll probably get it, second or third time. Just make sure you manage risk, though. That's the one thing you got to do. I don't like big candlesticks like that. That's on good solid volume coming down. It's not even like it's inconsistent. Tape's telling me we're getting some buyers, but that selling pressure is just severe. We are close to the bottom though, and look at the RSI over here. Yeah, and I don't recommend shorting here, guys. We're at the bottom. I'll try and reverse it if I can. See if I can get break even.
Yeah, on SPY, I see support at 267 and 266. Below that, there isn't much, like some at 265 and then some at 262.
Still looking weak to me. If this candlestick doesn't go up, I'll expose myself to a little bit of risk. If it doesn't go up, I'm just going to stay in it. I'll try again on another reversal. Which level should I look at? It's at a pretty good level, like Johnny mentioned too. Man, who like you guys see my
ELGX.
VIX alert by the way? Literally the bot. That was perfect. I needed that hedge. I'm liking it a little bit more over here. We're getting some buyers. Let's see how the next candle moves. Normally, I just like reverse it here if I was just trading SPY. For me, I want to see it under 268.7. I want to see it under that. If we stay under that, I'll stay short. The moment we start to like break out with good decent volume, I'll just quickly just cover. Hopefully I don't want to, like I really want to just catch the bottom on this. We are getting close. Volume's looking good. On SPY, we got some nice volume coming in to support it here. RSI is moving up too, so this might be the bottom. I hope my analysis helps. I always like, pretty much just talk to myself about it, about the trade, and that's pretty much how I analyze it. Look at the tape, see what the tape's telling, and go off that.
Yeah, TJ, of course. It's amazing. I find that talking while doing the trade helps me stay focused on the goal.
Me too, makes it easier. And that's some beautiful volume that came in. Honestly, now scalping is actually pretty easy. Used to be something that took a lot more effort.
That's what we call boom. Good call, TJ.
Thank you. We were so close. And this is honestly all because of RSI. I gotta tell you, like catching like bottoms reversals are so easy because of that RSI. And I keep it the same on everything that I trade. I know a lot of people use different setups for different time frames and stuff, but I found it way more consistent if you know your setup and know what to look for. And that, when you have that nicer higher low, on the RSI, and you have that extreme downtrend, and then you have that extreme move down, like in the last like 10-15 minutes when it was just aggressive. That's when you like that pretty much is what turns me on. Right, exactly. That's what puts a smile on my face.
TJ, Tim S here. Johnny, how you guys?
Good, you?
Dude, doing all right, man. Tired of being stuck at home, but I'm doing all right.
I'm so used to it now. But I do suck. Sorry, I do suck. I do hate the fact that so many stores are actually closed early. I'm trying to get juice for my vape, and it's actually closed. So I had to order online, and now it's taking like a week. And like literally, it's like literally 2 blocks away, and they just close it because it's not it's a non-essential
Oh, dang.
service. And I was like, that sucks.
TJ, if you look earlier in the chat, I was trying to show you the big green day back in 2008, after the initial drop in the late fall. And I didn't post any of the rest of the chart just to show you because that's kind of where we are today. Again, I'm talking on a long-term basis, and then I posted the chart from there all the way into the middle of March, and it just shows you just where these things can go.
I'll take a look at that. Sorry, I'm just like trying to manage my position, but I'll take a look at that in a bit.
MRSN.
I'm gonna take a little bit more off over here. Actually, wait, no, never mind. I already took it off. I'm gonna wait. Who knows if Cipher, are you scaling out?
Yeah, I already did. The picture I posted of my average was after scaling out a little bit. So this is great, man. Caught the bottom, scaled out, stops in profit, bullish engulfing about to close on the 10-minute chart. Might have caught a whole wave here, maybe.
I think so.
You might have just completely nailed it, TJ.
Thank you. Your entry is way better than mine, by the way. Because like I was a little bit slow to react on that. I was like, wait, I knew we were at the bottom. Just I was like, okay, if we break that 26.87, so that's when I was like, all right, that's it. That's when I'll switch.
I initially entered a little above that, but then I went in deeper as I saw buyers start to step in, and that would ended up being.
All right, nice. Ooh, we got some huge volume on that. That does not look good.
That bar was nuts.
Was ugly. Someone's like, screw you guys, I'm quitting.
Uh-oh.
Not good. All right, Cypher, starting your kids off young.
Well, 2 years old might be a little bit too young, but yeah, I will for sure.
PRTY.
Who knows? He may never have to work in honesty of employment in his life.
To be honest, I'm still gonna make them work for it. I like, believe me, in a private school, I have been around like snotty kids, and nothing is better than I guess like hard work. I think I turned out pretty okay. Gotta teach him the hustle. My dad's philosophy was, you have to give your kids enough to do something, but not too much that they can do anything.
Yeah, that's so true.
4.
And then the rest just in blind trust. They can live off the dividends,
TPL.
not allowed to touch the principal. The question is, who can I choose to run my money when the time comes? Definitely not Goldman Sachs. They get hit with so many fees, they'll be like, what? I only get $5,000 a year?
Maybe Ross Cameron from Warrior Trading.
Oh, God. I'd rather just put it on, like, bet it all on one horse.
Definitely put it all on with Tim Sykes.
Someone typed Clay Trader.
If we don't break over here, guys, 2700s, I'll take some more off. I'll take like another 10 contracts off, and then I'll hold the rest. Honestly, I like this. This is way easier than SPY.
Did you say another 10 contracts? Bro, what are you playing at?
So I upped the size a bit now, because like
TRVN.
this is the time to learn, guys. Like this is like the easiest environment because you're trading more humans. So for me, I just upped the size to like 40 contracts from yesterday's 15 to 20.
You're not doing dailies or weeklies.
Sorry?
You're not doing dailies or weeklies, right?
I think he's doing futures.
No, futures. I'm doing futures.
Oh,
yeah,
futures? I thought you were doing contracts. Okay.
Yeah, because they are contracts technically. Why? What do you guys call it?
No, they're called future
Contracts.
contracts.
Okay.
Lots of contracts.
Yeah, I got it mistaken for like straight up weeklies or like dailies.
Man, where's the buyers?
We're getting into that end of the day ridiculous moves.
It's looking weak here, guys.
Yeah.
This
Sorry to
was
cut you
your
off.
thesis. You were looking at 270 TJ for to add on to puts, and right now it's rejecting perfectly as reason.
Oh, I'm already good. Like you should see my VIX alert too. I literally
PEVC.
got the bottom on VIX.
Oh, nice. Did you end up adding to your puts?
Honestly, no. I didn't want to add onto it. I'm not a fan of adding onto puts. I'll like get another like different contract. I'm down right now on the December ones, but still up like royally on the September, the 295s. So yeah, just gonna play it out. The whole point of those trades is just to hold, like just pretend like it never existed. Don't touch it, and just let it work.
Gotcha. TJ, aren't you gonna start your own fund? Why do you need other people?
Oh, because when I'm like actually done, retired, Cause I mean, you can't trade when you're like older. I don't want to trade. Like I want to retire by the time I'm 40. That's it. Because my dad retired at like 46, so I'm trying to beat him. I'm so competitive, guys, in almost everything. It's stupid.
You should
Like
have
my
a successor though, no?
sorry.
You should have a successor for your house.
Yeah, I know, but that's something I have to think about in like another 30 years, right?
Yeah, after you have a kid.
No, I'm not gonna leave it with him. I already know me. That guy's just gonna be spoiled as hell. If I leave it with him, it'll be like he'll be taking money out. So it has to be someone I can trust that won't, take bribes. I've actually seen one of the best blind trust ever designed. It was one of my clients. The dude came to our my office in a helicopter. Okay, actually sorry, he left. He left in a helicopter because he had to catch a flight. But just from like that's like the guy always comes in a bow tie, and I believe he was French. Well, his name was kind of French. Guys, keep your stops tight over here. And you know the like I saw one, like it was so ancient. It was from like 1970s. The dude was literally living off of money that his parents just put into this trust, and it was such a like long, um what's it called, like a legal form, right? And it's on like the full legal document. So the first thing I did was read through it. I saw how it was designed, took a photocopy of it, and I was like, yeah, I'll get back to you. Let's see what we can do about moving the money, because it was actually like made in Florida. So that's where he had the money. So he wanted to kind of move it over here. And the way it was designed, it's so ironclad. I can't even touch it. I can't even see what's inside. So yeah, I pretty much photocopied it, and I was like, I'm gonna try and do the same. I had to get like with that guy too. Like I had to get estate lawyers involved. Because one thing about like full service banks, they have like everything, every professional. It costs money, but if you're like managing their funds, you can easily just ask them for your opinion. And they had to get the legal team involved as well. And they were just like looking for some way we could do that. And it was a shit ton of money because we were assuming that hey, if he makes even like 3%, the money he was getting about like $170,000, $170,000 like on a monthly basis. And we're just like looking at it and just pondering like, how is he setting it up? We can't even see what's inside. Tim, that's why I'm actually still holding on to my puts as well. I see the same thing. I posted in the micro economics channel. You can actually see it there. I actually compared it to every single drop that's dropped over 30%, and you'll see it's kind of like a similar pattern. So just taking a look at the stats. Oh, by the way, it looks really weak over here. RSI is a little bit higher, so we just need to see more buyers stepping up. I think it looks weak, so I'm just gonna flatten out. Yeah, there is buyers. I don't want to like flatten out right at the bottom. Horrible. Yeah, I should have. Hesitation. Yeah, Yusuf. Like, I don't want to like stop at. I know we got the bottom on this, so I was like, I'll just leave it. Expose some risk. It's a tough call, you know, especially when you're trading sides. It's actually so hard. I wish it was easier. That's why you'll see, you know, those paper traders. They'll hold on for the fucking entire move, so it's not their money. Tim, nice job. Stay green. All you have to do is just walk away now. Whenever I take like a losing like day, just the moment I turn green, I just walk away. Good job, buddy. All right, so decided to add over there. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna cut it.
So this is your second ad on the long, or what?
Yeah. Oh, you're waiting for my third one, right?
Right.
No, I'm just gonna cut it here. Might as well just like go on the short side. Yeah, because we broke support there.
I'm not saying your calls are bad. Your calls are great. I'm just saying your third ad calls are a god.
Right? That's why like it's like if I short it here and it reverses on me, that's gonna be bad.
There's volume on this selling for sure, TJ.
4.
I hope I don't have to add 3 times.
I'm with you, Doug. I just I'm hovering around break even right now at my second long or my new.
I'm a little bit away. I need 81s. So let's see. Come on. Just a bit more. Don't do
MRSN.
it. Hold door.
Hold door.
Just fill me and then tank. Perfectly fine. And if it doesn't break here, just gonna get out.
Okay, just don't stop me out now, and we're good.
Yes, sir. Saw some nice buyers coming in at this point. So let's see. Damn, Tony. Nice job. Nope. Still looking weak here. I catch a bounce. If I don't even see it bouncing here, that's the issue. Or else I'll just add and just get. I need 75s. And this one's break even trade.
Hey TJ, you gonna trade during power hour?
Honestly, I want to try. I'm just gonna try, but I'm like going way against the trend here.
DPW.
Just need one push.
I know what you're doing, TJ, and I'm doing the same thing.
What's your average, Saif?
I was able to get it down to 26, 69, 67 with a hell of a lot of scalping.
Okay, that's good. You said 69, right?
Yeah, that was not easy either. Every pop taking some off, every fall going in deep. Just one good pop.
CIM.
Should have just stuck to following my trend. Damn, Marshall, you've been holding on to that short this long? Took a little bit more on that. Now I should be good.
Thank the gods.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Just a little bit more. Now I feel like I shouldn't even scale out.
Damn, TJ. I should have waited for that third ad.
Right?
Shit.
Back down to 10 contracts. Let's see how it goes.
DPW.
This doesn't even pop.
Kala.
Just like right here, like this level here. I think we can just go on the short side. But yeah, don't really want to short it. You got out, right, Saif?
No, I'm still in, but I took off like 2/3 of my oversized position to get out of the red, and so I'm green now. But you know, it was a little touch and go there for.
Yeah, that thing just kept tanking. Yeah, I know, Tony. Hindsight, should have stopped out, rebought. See, Tony, this is why you have to be on voice chat. You're like the voice of like reason.
There's a lot of people on the stage.
CSPI.
I gotta get back off of mic.
New, let's see here, 15 and 3 p.m. is about to change here. Maybe the algos will switch directions, TJ.
Yeah, I was about to say, Power Hour is about to start.
go, Power Hour.
That's crazy that I was able to get my average down to 6150.
6150. Yeah, that's good.
My original average was not anywhere near there. I don't remember what it was, but it was a lot higher. Normally, I would just probably stop out, but the added confidence of TJ. So I haven't had to go that hard on scalping to get out of the position. But stops in profit, green, good now.
Good to hear.
SSI. XAN. SGU. DPW. TRTX. SDRL. PRTY.
Hey Dan, how's the option side looking on SPY right now? What are you looking at?
I'm actually looking at calls further out, like maybe like May or June calls right now, but they're still a little expensive, so I might just sit on my hands.
Neon.
Yeah, that's funny, Ben. XAN.
4. MP. ATOS. DPW.
Look for SPY to come down to like 266 here. I'm not like
Unit.
Wow, this one's working.
Four.
I'd be really careful if you're in any trades here on SPY.
DPW.
I just saw a 15-cent spread, everyone. Be really careful here. Cypher, are you in the short?
Yes, sir. Still in some. You still liking it short here?
It's similar. Remember that 246 level? It's similar to that here with 240. With 260. Same idea. You're good under 266. No reason to take anything off. Like they're literally just driving this down really hard. Look at this.
I did take about half off, but at 26.50. But
I think you could chill here. I think it's gonna break 265. But yeah, do your thing. Stick to your.
Dude, great call, Johnny.
Oh, thanks.
Knife God. Jeez.
But remember, 266 is a nice support level here. So if buyers can step up and rip it to 267, then this 30-minute candle can close a little.
we're pretty close to gap fill at 26.45.
Perfect. Thanks for the heads up. I see it here and now too. So it looks like 267 was the wick. Let's say, yeah, 264.97. Very call cipher. This is also a 50 EMA test on a 30-minute.
So I'd be careful short here. Remember yesterday it rocketed like $7 on.
Squeeze.
Yeah, for me, like I like this bullish, but I'd want to see this close over 270.
Yeah, I'd take the long with TJ, to be honest.
Well, TJ went long?
Yep.
Oh.
Agree, TJ. Remember the volatility right now. Yeah, you play it like a bear flag.
That's not good news for Boeing. I'm wondering how much is priced in though, because Boeing has been taking a beating.
Boeing is a long term.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can see this easily back at 200. It takes like a couple of government contracts.
TEBC.
So Boeing already had bad news this morning about that one plant shutting down due to the what do you call it? Stay-at-home orders for the quarantine. But with this news that just came out, you would expect it to melt even lower, right? But it's not. It's already 5% down. SPY's still green on the day. Keep that in mind.
Boeing also tends to rocket after hours, either up or down, and it completely takes out long or short positions for people that were in it the day before.
Yeah, so definitely don't chase SPY or not SPY, Boeing on swing trades.
I think Boeing's an avoid. Is just the airlines are so hurting, and they're going to be cash starved for 18 months to 2 years. Not going to buy any new planes. Fuel is low, so they can use older aircraft still successfully, and profitably. You got governments that are strapped with, huge debt now, and you know that they don't have the money for additional space programs or
SSI.
additional military programs. Yeah, they'll support Boeing, keep them alive, but the only thing that's going to pop Boeing, and I think people are going to short off it, is the 737 MAX coming back into service. So if the 737 comes back to service, that's going to be a huge spike on Boeing, and you got to sell and you got to get out there. And then after that, I think Boeing can implode under $100 again. That's my case, and I've been a bear on Boeing a long time. You should ask like Pyro and a few other people, and Holly. I've been talking crap about Boeing since 350, 375.
Yeah, but what if the market is just pricing that in?
They're sort of at implode. Like if you look at their financials, they're sort of they've got implosion risk. Like
they don't really
going
though.
to.
I mean, they have the government backing them up, so that's. I mean, you don't want to go against the Fed.
I'm not saying they're going to go away. I'm just saying that the outlook, the rosy positive outlook, like to swing this and like hold it, I think is not good. I think you can buy 100 other tickers out there that have better odds of going higher than Boeing. I think the only reason you buy Boeing here is if you're expecting that 737 MAX announcement to come in the short term. And you play that, and it's, I don't know. I think it's pretty likely that they're getting hit from every side. So yeah,
Just keep
I don't
it
think
simple, in
they're
my
beat up.
opinion. Keep it simple. Just follow the trend. Follow the volume. Today was not Boeing's day, and you can see that right off the bat. Right. Try to spike up, instantly sold off, and then VWAP was just down.
You remember they hit $89. $89 a share.
Yeah,
Like,
I bought that. I bought that.
I was saying,
I know
like,
how
you're at
fast it came up.
140 now. You're at 140. Like you can. It's things can get worse for Boeing. Trust me.
Yes,
than
it
they are
can
right
get
now.
much worse. Yes. So I 100% agree with that. Short term, it's not looking too good.
It's high risk. It's high risk. I'm not saying it's not gonna do what you're saying there, Chris, but I think it's higher risk, and I don't think you put money into it. There's just way better companies on more stable footing and not so many forces against it. If this was below 100, if Boeing's below 100, I would start looking at 150. I don't think it's a deal. That's my take on it, anyways.
Tony, that's legit what TJ just tagged on you. He's like, yeah, 140, not here. He's like, 100, I'd buy it. If you look at trading chat, he legit posted it. Long term, though, I don't see any harm in Boeing, but you will see a lot of drawdown short to midterm, and you'll just get a better deal if you wait it out. That's how I see it.
A year ago, people were saying long-term Boeing, I don't think there'd be any problem. And that was just about the MAX. It had nothing to do with the Corona. And the MAX still took it down quite a bit as well. Still went below 300 on that, just the MAX thing alone. So long-term better be long-term. Yeah.
PHUN.
Thanks for those posts, DJ.
Yeah, this needs, I'm pretty sure this needs like 267.50 here on SPY. Let's give it 5 minutes or so. Volume's pouring in here too. Like, I'd want to see this happen within like a few 100,000 volume. It just looks like sellers are like happy to sell here. Buying pressure increased, but they weren't able to break over main resistance or the 20 EMA. They got back into like a consolidation on the RSI on my 5 minute. So I think they'll get a little push here to like 267 and like 30 or 40 and then start dropping it, or just start dropping it down. Like, it just looks kind of weak here, guys. Hopefully it gets a launch though. Okay, so here's that 267, 30, 40, and now my thoughts are is that it's going to sell back down. Hopefully it gets a push back up, and so I can kind of hold and base off here for the last 20 minutes, because yeah, we've seen a massive volatility come in the last like 15 to 30 minutes of the there it is. Okay, here's 40s launching. Okay, so they need a nice strong close here and push to the over 268, I think, to get bullish. At least a close over
THUN
267.50. Even 267.20.
4.
Nice close over there. So that's what like we were looking for on the 5 minute, and the 1 minute even better close. So healthy bullish candle and increased volume. So they tested that 267.40 level first, came down, tested back under 267, and then they launched it on a. But they had to pick up the volume there, so let's see if they can get that 8 back over
POAI
the 50. We still have some selling resistance here, some candlestick resistance at 268.50 and 268.
ELGX
Remember that 268 was the main bounce level that TJ called, so this would be the main acting resistance here.
PRTY
Yeah, let's look for this to launch now, guys. Looks pretty healthy.
Unit
We've had previous 100 EMA resistance, but it looks pretty good here for the next leg up.
TRPX
They're trying to close it over the 100 here. They got it. So look for the extension up here. I'm thinking like even over
ATOS
269.
Acre MP
I think SPY needs a close over 269 here. Like for the 15-minute candle, guys. 1 minute left. A close over 267.80 here on the 1 minute is a mini trend support test from the bottom. It looks like a little reversal doji. Be careful here. SPY is launching.
PHUN. POAI.
As these are the two biggest candlesticks since this morning, like we might want to follow this momentum up.
Alt.
I'm not going to take a trade on it, but I think this is bullish.
YGYI.
They're about to break. There it is. Broke 269. I think the buyers are in control here. We have a 200 EMA resistance at 269.30.
VOR.
Oh man, that's crazy. That is amazing, Lo. And that's why you can't be in these kinds of plays late in the day. It's better to sit on your. They literally just closed it on the minute on the 2% pivot point, 269.60, and tanked it.
URG.
Yeah, Homa called that.
GENX.
Wow.
Yeah, at 269.50 as well.
SDOW.
It's looked pretty good.
That's crazy. Did the algos actually have it lined up?
SPXU. SOXS.
It's set up perfectly too. You got your 70 RSI rejection. Right out of that 270 test. Jeez.
OFED. DPW.
Oh, SPY is tagging. Yeah, new low of daybreak.
Well, SPY is still green for the day.
Yep. Got alert bug.
MRSN.
All right. So I can't talk for like you know like right away for a long time now. Yeah, 99% of retail traders fail, guys, but it's not because it's because they don't put in the effort. To be honest, now that's why investing you have an edge. Investing. That's why most people, the easiest thing that they can do
PHUN.
is just invest. So as for trading, it's like, okay, if you don't put in the time to learn this, like, yeah, you're gonna fail. Now, for investors, it's simple. You can buy an index fund, hold it for 10 years, and in a 10-year time span, you would always have made money. So that's good stats, and which is also why I say 80% of your money should always be in large long terms. Have the guarantee, like, stack odds in your favor. I'm surprised how there's day traders that don't invest. I'm actually surprised. If you have like a large portfolio, even Soya invests. Obviously not right now. I don't think he's investing right now, but like, even like in a private chat, he actually showed me like his positions, and he was even investing. Like, you have to invest.
Pine.
It's not like you can't invest. And I think 80% is the key. Now, the question that I just asked there too: how many stocks are trading on the U.S. exchange, and what are the 1% of stocks? So this isn't something that's like unusual. Like I also mentioned, 1% of the world did 99% of the technological advancements. Right? It's the same concept. This and that's why we created this group. We want to find the guys
Acre.
that are actually motivated, will actually want to study, and that's why even on the dream team, like, if they're not active, I kick them off the team. Nothing personal. It just you got to be realistic, right? Can't expect the world if you're you know putting in like a quarter of an effort, right? So yeah, that's pretty much the stats. Don't want to like discourage you, to be honest. Like, you have stacks in your favor. You just got to know pretty much like your hand, right? Go in like, you can't go in like blind. That's what I mean. Know where you have an advantage, exploit it. Which is also why, like, yesterday, guys, I actually knew that it's probably going to explode yesterday. Today, I didn't have a like, you didn't see me saying, hey, where it's probably going to go up again. It's the same reason most investors look for the exact same trade to happen, but that's not how it works. We just had way more opportunities for it to go up because SPY moved up. Imbalancer was like amazing. Everyone's on the buy side. On this, like, on today, like, we were
ELGX.
just going down. So I doubt that would have been a trigger for it to go even higher. Yesterday, I mean, take a look at yesterday's chart. We were literally till close, like, pretty much at high of day, right? Versus today, where we're fighting for price at this level. Also, one of my buddies were telling me, you know, a lot of people are buying, and he's trying to advise them not to. I was like, all right, I could use that to my advantage.
MRSN. HTZ, MET.
So it looks like SPY still closed green for the day.
Man, SPY's still melting. Let's look for that 262.50.
All right, guys. So I don't plan any of this, so it's gonna take me a little bit of time just to get all the information that I require for this lesson. It's on the spot, so obviously, it's not gonna be well prepared, but I'm pretty sure you guys will get the point once I show you some statistics on.
Seriously, guys, you cannot be sleeping. Like, honestly, pay attention. I'm speaking. Pay attention.
Damn, Ziggy.
Throwback on that one. I wasn't sure if the bot still had it. Good job today, everyone. Looking in the profit loss, everyone had a really good day. Obviously, there were some who had some issues, but post about it, talk about it tomorrow.
Hey Ziggy, if you don't mind, can you look on just do a quick Google search for market participants? You know, just an explanation of buy side versus sell side.
Yep. You want me to post it or save it?
You can post it for now. I'll ask you to post it again, but it just makes it easier to look for it. You guys are in for a treat. Yeah, and I'm sorry it's taking a little bit of time. Just having for some reason my headphones aren't working. All right, testing. Does that work? Oh, it seems like it's working.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So for people that don't know me, my name is TJ. Pretty much active trader. I trade full time. It's been about like 4 years that I've been trading about full time now. Started at an institution, so I have some information on the institutional side as well. So that kind of experience really gathered like a lot of knowledge for me of the market participants, what they're looking at, what I need to be looking at, and where I have better odds of success. Now, you have to keep in mind that there's a few concepts that we're going to be going through today. Now, these concepts aren't easy, and I'm not going to be explaining it in great detail. You guys can literally just go online and pretty much read about it. But the first thing that I wanted to mention is market participants. You really need to know who you're up against. Now, Tony, also known as Ben Traden, he has pretty much gave you a lesson intraday about this, and he talked about, you know, he used sports as an analogy, and he talked about basketball, and how the players that are playing like professionally, they are able to compete competitively. But if you try to compete with them, you would not like stand a chance, right? Now, the same thing happens in the marketplace. So, the first thing that I want to post is something that actually Tony posted in our group about, I'd say, like 3 or 4 years. That are like the rules. Like, these are the rules that you do need to follow. Now, if you're a new trader, don't think that you can read the news and know what's going on. We have algorithms now that can analyze it, make trading decisions on multiple different stocks simultaneously. So, yeah, by the time you just read that news, the market's already reacted. The reason that we say follow price action is because of one theory specifically. Can anyone guess what that theory is called? Perfect. Efficient market theory is pretty much what we go by, right? We assume that things are priced in right away. And I'm not going to go into in like detail about the theory itself, but that is our assumption. Now, is there going to be any outliers? Yes, there will be. There will be guys that are insider trading. There'll be guys that are working at different firms, and as we've seen in the news, they'll try manipulating price. We saw that LIBOR was also manipulated, something that all the banks pretty much use. And if that can be manipulated, do we really think that a single stock can't be manipulated? Right? This is the entire concept of also looking at option volume, right? People look at option flow ahead of, let's say, earnings, ahead of expected news, ahead of FDA approvals for that one specific reason. Someone must know something. Now, that, like those words, are the worst words to trade by. If you don't know what's going on and you're basing your trade on someone because of option activity, and you have no other like thesis to get it into that stock, the odds are that you're going to be the chump and you're going to probably lose. Now, the reason why I don't specifically follow option flow is one specific reason. On the diagram that I'm just about to post right now, well, it's a pie chart. So when you take a look at that, you can see that stock picking is less than 10%, guys. Majority of the activity is broad index derivatives, right? Then we got ETF and ETF and ETN funds. We got high frequency traders. We got, algo trading, and we have options hedging, right? So how are we supposed to know if that's a play on the long side or the short side? We really don't, to be honest. Not like definitively. We don't know when they got in. I mean, if it's an option, contract or, leg that's like never traded, like it has probably like less than 500 average volume. But then sometime in January, you saw a huge spike on it, right? And then sometime in March, you see another spike. And this time it's on the bid versus the last time, which was on the ask. Then you can be like, okay, I kind of know based on the entry, the size, I can kind of like put it together and be like, okay, that guy just got out of his position, right? Now, that's not true for everything. Most funds will allocate I'd say actually 1 to 3% of their fund for hedging. Now, you'll notice this too. So we have Ray Dalio, runs one of the biggest firms, and his firm came out with news way before the market just tanked, where it was like he's taking $1 billion hedge. For the normal retail trader, that's like, oh, that's a lot of money. That's a huge hedge. When you actually look at his assets under management, that was 1%. 1%, right? So for us, you have to understand there are bigger fish in the sea, and they are going to be playing a factor into this, right? Now, when you look at that pie chart, you'll notice that, okay, majority of the trades are going to be on derivatives. So anything that happens on the marketplace, why is it so exaggerated? It's because of this. It's because the derivatives are being traded, because that's where their quants really shine. That's where the public doesn't have as much knowledge about, and that's where their skill sets really, really shine, right? They have teams of analysts, and you have to remember this. You are playing in the big leagues, and your small positions, my small positions, to be honest, relatively speaking, does not make a dent. Theirs will. So what happens when you trade a leveraged product? Let's assume it's options in this case, and a huge order goes through. Have you looked at the relationship between that stock price and then the actual option? As soon as that trade happens, you'll see a spike on the equity side. That spike is because there's also algos that now trade based on the activity in the option side. So now you have multiple participants all making their speculations. Some might be right, some might be wrong, but this is also a zero sum game. Now, I want to also clear one thing. So, investing is totally different from trading. In investing, as long as GDP is going up, you have money flowing into the markets. As long as you're invested, you're technically making money, right? So, essentially, it's not a zero sum game if you're investing, because any given 5-year time period, you would have made money in the markets. Statistically proven if you just bought SPY. You guys following along so far? Perfect. And please take some notes down, guys, because this will help you. You need to know your odds, right? Now, when it comes to trading, how many of you guys are familiar with the game theory? All right, so I see a lot of people saying no, a few saying yes, and the people that are saying no, please study this tonight. While it's fresh in your mind, I want you guys to really study this, because this is going to, factor into your play. Now, let's say this. Okay, so we know it's a zero sum game. We know 99% of traders fail. But to be honest, that's the same odds in everything. 99% of basketball players that try and go major league, they fail. Same thing with every other sport, every other pretty much industry. Everyone wants to be the S&P 500, Fortune 500 companies. Yet there's like more than 18,000 different stocks in the stock market. You guys get it? That 1%, yeah, there is a 1%. And to be honest, 99% of people fail. But if you really dig down to it, why do they fail is the real question. Like, what are they not doing? And it's simple. They're not modeling their success looking at the best. So, we all know about Kobe Bryant. How much hours does he put in versus the next best basketball player? Pretty much a shit ton. Double, at least double. Is this something that he did for a year? I don't know. I'm asking, to be honest. It's his entire life. There we go. Right? So his entire career, he's been doing this. So you have to realize the 1%, there's the 1% for a reason. Now, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the cutthroat environment, but, if you take a look at Goldman Sachs, for example, those guys barely sleep. They'll sleep in their offices. There's guys that will work Saturday and Sunday. And to be honest, me and Johnny, we used to work on Sundays as well. We found that to be a little bit better because then I can take Mondays off just so I can trade. So the first 7 years, the most important thing for me was, how do I get here? How do I get to a level where I can trade for a living and not have to look back, right? That's the biggest thing. How do I set myself up to succeed? So you model yourself using the best of the industry. Now, one thing United Traders brings to the table is we have experience now. We have experience on the institutional side, on the trading side, and pretty much just overall knowledge, right? Now, based on the environment that you're going to be trading on, you're going to succeed, right? Well, or fail. So what's really important is to know that these guys play as a team. How many analysts do you think one of the biggest institutions have? Just guess. I'd say hundreds, if not thousands, depending on which firm. depending on how big they are, right? Now, how many funds? I mean, if you take a look at just Bank of America and you take a look at how many funds they offer, you'll notice something. Some people are the same, but usually there's different people. So different analysts, also different portfolio managers, they have different teams that they've set up for themselves. So there are so many different market participants, so many speculators in this game. Now, some of the best traders are the guys that played poker. And that's because they understand game theory. Now, I'm just going to quickly I'm not going to be talking about poker here, but you're going to see people referring to this. This is something they memorize. Why would they memorize what they should be doing on this? This is like the pre-flop strategy, because you have your best odds. So what are they doing? They're taking the necessary steps to play the best hands, right? They know when they have an edge, right? So going back to that first picture that I just posted, realistically tell me, are you smart enough to understand the news and how much it's going to affect the markets? If you are, that's great. Okay. But even as an analyst, as a quant, I am not able to fully understand every single market dynamics. There is a reason why I don't trade commodities and I stick to one little niche market, which is US equities. And within that, I like tech sector, right? I stick to that because that's where I have an edge. I don't have an edge in biotech. I don't have an edge anywhere else. Now, a member actually brought up a good question. It's like, most of the analysts are analysts. They don't know anything about bio. And that's true. But to be honest, we can afford to pay a biologist. In my case, um, I was able to get a pathologist and speak to her and find out the information that I wanted to know from an expert. These kind of consulting services, there are a million of them, right? It's the same thing as any other consulting service. So don't think that, the market isn't smart because they don't understand biology. They don't understand the implications of a coronavirus. No, things can be modeled, guys. Everything that we expected can actually be modeled to a certain degree. Now, this sort of information, especially when you look at the models that's coming out right now, like we can definitively tell you how the curve's going to change now, just based on the previous data that we acquired, right? So yeah, science, math, and technology has become that advanced that you can actually see it, right? And it's the same concept of the flu. How do we know? Like, how do flu vaccines get, produced? Every year it changes. They model it. They look at the change and they're able to predict it and then model accordingly, right? Now that's based on data. So you have to remember, in almost every industry, data is important. So for me, stats is everything. Most of my time, when I am not trading, all I'm doing is looking for stats, as you can see in the microeconomics channel. These are stuff that's going to give me an edge because I can analyze data, but I don't have access to all that data. So I look for indications from different sources. I don't read the articles. I don't want any opinions. I just want to know the hard data and then make my own assumptions. Now, that's based on my skills from actually understanding some of the market dynamics. I understand, the valuations. I run DCF models when I'm looking at long-term investments. And as you guys can see in the long-term channel, like my long-term portfolio pretty much outperformed like every different index, right? In the same time period, outperformed it. Now that was based on models. Now I can tell you what's going to happen 5 to about 6 years. Actually, let's say 3 to 6 years down the road based on the data that I'm given on a company. I can't tell you the market implications. I can't forecast changes in, like the coronavirus and stuff. That's something that I don't have skills with. But there are data scientists that can gather that information, interpret it, and you're able to actually use that information. And that's why we always say information is key. Now, do you guys know the history of SAC Capital? Steve Cohen? No, or is it Steven? Forgot now. Well, these guys got pretty much pinned for insider trading, right? So they were able to do something that a lot of people, um, well, it's frowned upon. Plus, it goes against the efficient market theory, where things are priced in on the market based on public information. This is actually insider information. Now, this information itself, they've gathered from different sources. And at that time, there used to be like a service where you can call. It might cost you 30, 40K. And you can call them and be like, hey, I want to speak to someone that works in, let's say, upper management at one of the Amazon, um, what do you call it? Amazon distribution facilities or fulfillment facilities. There we go. Right. So that phone call cost them a lot of money, but they're able to talk to someone that actually has that information and was able to give them that inside information. Now, to be honest, it still does happen. It's something that does occur, but those are outliers. That does not mean that it's going to always happen. So every day I come into the market, I already have a biasness from the previous day. But every day I reset my biasness because I believe in our technology. I believe in the algos that are trading it. I've seen it. I've designed one. And to be honest, I know how effective they are, way more than we are. And you always want to know that that's okay. That's your hand. You don't have to be perfect. Now, game theory goes into it a little bit more in depth. Let me just find the picture here. These are some components that you really do want to understand. Now, I'm not going to go over this. These are stuff you have to do on your own. I might do a lesson on it later. Mine's is an RL model. Pretty much it does real-time valuations based on my parameters. And so far, backtests are good, but implementing it into a trading, like automatic execution, that's a little bit more trickier. Also costly. But mines are pretty much designed based on fundamentals. Technicals are a little bit easier, so I can always like get that done afterwards. But yeah, for me, it's like the biggest thing that I want to do is save hours of analysis. That is why you can see, based on my last 2 years, if you look at my calls for any swing trades, you'll see it's just amazing. Probably like 98% win rate. Now, let's take a look. And it's not all about win rates, but still beating the market is also important. Now, so the market dynamics, this is something that you do have to understand, right? So now you want to understand the players. So the players, as you can see from Ziggy's post, Ziggy, go ahead and post that again. Also, I did a lesson on this previously on market participants, so I highly encourage just reviewing the material. I'm not gonna have to like repeat everything again. So now we know that, okay, these guys have an edge. If you're an investor, you have had an edge. So how do we trade? Because TJ, you're just telling us 99% of us is going to fail. And that's true, but it's not also like the rate of failure. It's more about like what's causing the failure. It's not understanding the concepts mentioned today. And secondly, it's not understanding yourself, like where you have an edge. People try and price in news, right? I don't. Like we played Tesla on the deliveries, right? The first thing I did was easy. I took a vert. Playing an option vert was a safer way, just because I didn't know which way it's going to go, but at least I had some protection. And then eventually theta is going to just, ruin, technically decay it. So no matter what, I can actually be profitable on it. Let me just copy this image here. Now, as you can see, the one main important key factor in game theory is strategy, right? So someone tell me, how do you form a strategy? So there's an actual process to this. And if you follow this process, you will learn from it. The members on our dream team that I'm personally training, they know this process. And as you can see from the results, they are absolutely destroying it now, right? Now, here's the problem that I've seen from, running a group of like 10,000 people. A, you don't allow a trade to actually work. You don't allow your strategy to work. So your data set is all like screwed. Secondly, you can't stick to a strategy long enough for you to actually see results, to build conviction, to build confidence in a trade. That's stuff that you actually have to do. Now, is it going to cost you? You don't actually have to. Like we've mentioned several times, you can paper trade it. And as soon as you're done paper trading, go with a like you guys have free trading. It doesn't even matter if you have to trade like one share, to be honest. I would highly recommend, trying to do it that way as well. Just like to see if the strategy works, not just on paper, but actually in the markets. Test it out. And I say you need at least 100. I think you need at least 100 trades for you to be able to say, hey, this might be a viable option. Here's the steps that you want to take to create a strategy, right? You're going to plan it, analyze it. Is that design? Oh man, someone spelled that one wrong. Implementation, testing. You just keep doing this. You're just going to actually keep doing it multiple times. You really do have to kind of like reassess your strategy. Every time your strategy is going to evolve as you evolve as a trader. Now, you're not going to evolve as a trader if you're not putting in the work. You'll see me. I do like 18-hour days on this, and it's not because I have to. Actually, no, it is because I have to. Because if I'm not doing my research, someone else is, and they have a better hand than I do. And according to game theory, if you want to be the top, you actually have to put in that effort, right? Now, here is the definition of strategy. And you see us mentioning this multiple times. What's your exit strategy? How are you going to implement a trade? What are you looking for? When do you size up? These are questions that I can answer. Now, if it's just questions like what is a put and a call, guys, there is online resources for that. It's not the best utilization of our time. So these kind of questions are stuff that, we really perfected, something that I can analyze and I can actually definitively tell you. And that's not just based on, my own P&L. I actually started the dream team for that one specific reason. It's like, okay, I know I'm a good trader. I'm consistently profitable. I can make big bets. So can I teach someone else to do the same? And as you can see from the results from other traders, honestly, some are even doing better. I mentioned this the other lesson too, but like I have to give a huge shout out to Diane. She is not going to go into her personal business, but she's a vet and she is trading and kind of like learning, and she's been in the dream team since the start. I really respect the fact that she always posts the news. She always, like, literally every morning when I wake up and get ready and sit down on my desk, the first thing I see is her news articles, and I see the relevant news that's affecting it. I saw, like, this morning, for example, Apple was saying that semiconductors aren't doing great, but then I noticed that some of the semiconductors were up. that got me into digging. If I didn't see that post, I wouldn't have even looked at that, right? So I do appreciate the work, and I don't know, maybe it's the military background, but she's always consistent with it, and that's something you need. Consistency is key in everything you do in life. If you model yourself after the best, you'll notice they are consistently doing certain things, maybe in a different order, but they have that consistency. Now, this isn't a field where you're just going to make money. If people can make money following calls, there would be no reason for hedge funds. There would be absolutely like no reason for you to even be in this chat room. There would be a chat room that everyone on CNBC everyone else would be talking about. To be honest, there wouldn't even need a CNBC, right? We look at CNBC to kind of get like an aspect of the news and kind of see what's moving the momentum, the sentiment of the marketplace, what's actually moving. And, they bring on special guests like CEOs of certain companies that we might be interested in. That's what they offer us. If we're following calls, would we actually need them? No, right? So really put that into perspective. If you can follow calls and make money, everyone would be doing it. Now, let's take a look at the next topic here. So strategy itself is something you have to come up with yourself. One strategy is not greater than the other. Each one has its own nuances. You have to figure out which one works for you. What's your risk appetite? How long are you going to be holding on to this stock if it goes against you? Like, how much risk are you going to expose? Are you actually able to expose yourself to that risk? Are you taking money out of your account? These are questions we can't answer for you. We don't know this kind of stuff. I can tell you about mine. I can't tell you about yours. So when people ask us, hey, is this a good time to buy? I'm like, we don't have enough data, information to actually give you a solid answer. And guess what? Even if we did, it's probably going to be the wrong thing. The moment you have to ask us if this is good, just get out of the trade. Now, that's pretty much like the concepts I want you guys to also know. Now, one more thing. Yesterday, you saw that at the end of the day, I made like a risky trade on holding into ES, right? We know that there was going to be a move. It was just like statistically, this is where the odds were in my favor that it was going to go in one direction. Today, I did not mention it, and the opposite happened, right? Because one day I had a hand that I know I had a hand, and I was in my zone. I knew I like to a certain amount of, I guess like a certain degree that it could go in my favor, right? And it was worth a shot. Today, I never did that same trade because I didn't have that same confidence. Now, you'll see this with every single market participant as well. We all know about Bill Ackman today, right? We all know about him last week. We all know about the money he made on his hedge, right? Because that's relevant news. What do you guys remember what happened like 3 months ago with him? Was he even on the news? He wasn't, right? You'll see this. There are times where you have a solid hand. That's when you take big bets. You'll see that with me too. On LK, when I bought it at 406, I was like, this is a steal. We're going to get a mean reversion, an easy, quick play, up to $10, 150%, easy run, right? On that play, I went pretty heavy into it. I wouldn't do the same thing like today or any other day. Even if it's at $4 again, I wouldn't do it again. It's a different type of setup. And I see a lot of traders failing because they're like, hey, I'm going to use size on this. And then the next day they expect the same results. That's not how it works. And you'll notice this with every single person. You'll notice this from Carl Icahn. You think he makes big bets on every single trade? No. There's certain bets that you can take with some sort of like a degree of certainty based on their skill sets, right? And I always want to like advise you on this. It's like, guys, if you're not up on the day, don't take risks. Take what the market provides you, play in the direction of the market, and as soon as you're in the profits, you've made some money, that's when I risk it. For me, it's not about like bringing home dollars anymore. It's more about like pushing myself to that extreme where I can actually like get a bigger chunk of the pie. And for me, it's like, okay, that risk is worth it. For a normal trader, when you're starting off, if you need that money to survive, that's probably not the best idea. And let's say you do need the money, then you have to do what I mentioned. The first little bit, try and build your account, smaller trades. Don't try and hold off like we did. Yeah, we were able to get like $80 on SPY. Well, ES. Today alone on just 2 trades. For a new trader, I wouldn't expect you to do that. I want you to first learn to grow your account, keep that money there, and I always advise keeping at least like 10%. I know it's harder on something like ES, but there's always MES. And personally, it's a really risky business if you don't have stops. So make sure that you have like decent stops and you know your limits. Now, someone tell me, what would be considered a good strategy for trading open range breakout plays? Yeah, you're going to have to take profits. Okay, open range breakouts, they're not going to last long. It's the most volatility. So if you're going to be doing that kind of trade, honestly, you don't even have time to set a stop. You're just going to have to get in and out really quick. Is that something you're going to be holding on for dear life? No, right? You have to be really fast, reactive, right? And you have to, well, kind of like proactive. You have to know, okay, this is my target, this is my exit, hit it. And then as soon as it goes one direction or the other, you have to execute it flawlessly. How many people can actually do that? That's a new trader. You can't. You have to learn. Just like Tony says, you actually have to build that skill set. There is a reason people train. And it's the same thing with stopping out as well. You guys actually have to get that training. And honestly, it is a lot of work. So if you don't want to do it, personally, that's why I always say 80% of your money, invest it, 20% play with it. But don't be like going all in on your account. I know a lot of traders are taught to do 2% of your account or something like that. And yeah, in theory, it works out. But what about that one time that you freeze up in a trade, that it just goes against you, $7 a share right out of the open? You're just going to go back to square one again, right? So for me personally, I like to trade based on lots. So every 100 shares, 30 cents risk, 60 cents profit target. I think that's the easiest way. I think not Tesla. AMD is one of the easiest one. MU, and to be honest, the easiest one would be like Bank of America, BAC. That's probably one of the easiest ones that you can kind of build a strategy in a safe environment and make some money without exposing yourself to too much drawdowns. Yeah, like what Ziggy posted, that's how it should look. But come on, guys. How many of you guys ever, I think 1% of my open range breakout trades just continue to ramp up the rest of the day. Most of the time it's not. And that's okay too. There's always another entry. Don't FOMO into it. This is what people think. Okay, people think that in trading, your indicators matter, your entry matters, and then everything else is just like a small degree of effort. That is not true. What it takes to be profitable consistently is continuous improvement, which means you have to analyze everything. Like you have to, in the morning, you're analyzing the data that's coming out. You're going to analyze the market's sentiment. You're going to analyze the news that's, came out overnight. You're going to look at the other markets to see, to gauge, hey, how did the European markets do? How did the Asian markets do? You're also going to be looking at which news is affecting the stock that you're planning to trade. What are the levels that you want to trade between? You notice how entry, exit, and stop loss, if you were to just put it in a separate pie, they'll all be worth about 33%. So just think of it this way too, logically. If you go in with the entry and you go in with an exit in mind, but you don't have a stop loss, you're missing 33% of that pie, right? Like, you're at a serious disadvantage already. Now, trade management, that's a skill that you will kind of grow into. You notice that sometimes I trade and instead of honoring my stops, I'll get out early if it looks weak. That's trade management. That's a skill set that you will develop once you learn tape reading. You know, reading kind of like the sentiment, like, is that an actual good entry? Was this a pullback entry? Is this going to continue to tank? Did you just catch like the bottom on a trade? These are stuff that you're gonna, kind of learn. And as you can tell, it's stuff that doesn't always like work out in your favor. It's something that you're constantly going to be improving on. Risk management, that's on you. How much risk you're going to expose, again, depends on you. That's why I don't like people doing the 3% of your portfolio, or like 2%, how much you want to risk. New traders have not deserved the right to be like, yeah, I can do it that way. You technically don't have the right, because stopping out is not easy. This is your money. Maybe it's easy on a paper account, right? Believe me, on a paper account, I'd probably be like, like short SPY since February, and just like hold on to it, right? Realistically, it's not that easy for us. Like, we have to mitigate risk. You're gonna see us being like, hey, it's probably gonna continue all day, and then you'll see us like scaling out of it. That's because we have to actually manage our risk, because that's our money in the marketplace. For new traders, I've been in this situation multiple times where sometimes something tanks, and it just tanks so bad that it's not recovering, and you have to take that big loss. And that moment that you're about to take the loss, you hesitate because you didn't expect it. Now, once in a while that happens to me. I've kind of formed a strategy around those kind of setups, but majority of people, like especially new traders, you're going to hesitate, and that's going to cost you your account. So personally, here's a guide that I created on how to kind of like improve it. Now, Cypher, are you listening in on this stream right now?
Yes, I am.
Have you tried the percentage per, percentage of risk method for position size?
Yeah, I used to do that.
Which one do you like better, lots or percentage?
Lots is way easier.
Way easier, right? So that's why I like the dream team. That's what I teach them, is to do it this way, because then you'll never kind of like get frozen up in a trade. There's obviously going to be a certain amount of trades that you can do. Like, there's going to be a restriction on the price of the trades, right? Like, if you have a small account, you can't be trading like Tesla. Well, you could just reduce size. Now, this is the probabilities, kind of similar to the one that you see on the poker side, right? Guys, use this. Print it out, laminate it, keep it on your desk. You want to keep track of your performance, how well you're doing, and the odds that something can go against you. If you don't have these, then realistically, you're just gambling. And there's far easier ways to gamble. You can gamble on sports probably and make more money. I wouldn't know. I really don't gamble, but I would assume it's probably easier than all the work that I had to put in to get here. So, good question. So this is based on your win rate, right? So I want to give a shout out to Meta. She is absolutely destroying it. Her profit factor is 20 times, guys. 20 times on day trades. I have higher like profit factor on like my investments and stuff, obviously, but nothing like this on day trading sides. Now, you'll notice it's not a lot of size, but you can see from 62 trades, 91% win rate. So from that 91% win rate, and by the way, guys, this is from January 1st, 2020, 91% win rate. Average winning trade, $80. Average losing trade, 44. Average per share gain or loss is positive 15. And you can see profit factor is 20x. You can see consecutive losses is only 2. Consecutive wins is 31. So looking at that chart, what is the like the odds that she might take 2 losses in a row. What are the odds over here, guys? It's 11.5, right? Based on the probability of consecutive losses. So for her, is it okay to size up? Is it okay to like use more? Yeah, because her stats are telling her that she can. Now, if you had like a 60% win rate, actually, let's go with more realistic. If you are a new trader. So I'm just going to show you one more example. Now, this is a different trader that I'm assisting. Now, again, there's no like right or wrong strategy here, right? So if you notice over here, I'm posting it right now. There we go. It should be uploaded there. All right. So same thing from January 1st, 2020. This trader only 24 trades. Win rate is 50-50 now. Now you can see on the average winning trade, though, he makes $412. On a losing trade, losing $98. Average per share gain is $1. Profit factor is 4x. Winning trades, he's holding on for 2 hours. Losing trades, 1 hour. Now for this individual, can I give the same piece of advice of sizing up? No, because the probabilities of him having 6 consecutive losses is 50%. Right? So you guys see how you can use these stats to your favor and be like, hey, based on this, based on that, I think this is what I'm going to be focusing on. This is something I can improve on. If you don't know your stats, can you do this? Can you honestly tell yourself, oh yeah, I know my stats off the top of my head? No, you can't. A, you need to know where you are before you know where you're going. And B, you have to know like which metrics that you need to improve on based on your trading style. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, this is some really good information. Please learn game theory. It is actually a lot more complex. You really do have to learn a lot of concepts. And please don't focus on the PNL. PNL, I used to post PNLs. I stopped for that one reason, because it gives them into that herd mentality where it's like people just want to like make as much as they can as fast as they can. And that's not the truth. You know, I don't run a paid server. I don't have to, milk like $300 a month from you guys. Those kind of services, they won't really tell you, oh yeah, it's going to take you 3 years, probably your entire lifetime. You're not going to have, free time. You're going to want to allocate all this time into, trading. Like they can't tell you that, because no one is going to commit for like 5 years paying $300 a month. Nobody. That's stupid. Like if my Netflix membership goes up like $15, I'd be like worried, be like, no, I'm not doing that. Right? So like, who would do that logically? They won't, right? So realistically, that's why we came up with this theory here. It's like, we'll work as a team. We're going to find those 1%ers that actually want to do better, that don't have to listen to calls, that have their own strategies, that really want to improve, and we will help develop them. We'll work together as a team. I can use my skill sets when it comes to analysis. We can use Cypher's skill sets when it comes to like technical analysis. Like, it's amazing what we can actually get done. The news that people post when Trump is speaking, those kind of alerts help us in our trades. And working together, we actually have an odd of succeeding. And you can see that by just looking at the profit and loss channel. About 99% of the time, if you actually go through the profit and loss, and believe me, I'm analytical, so I actually do look into it because I don't want to see our members fail. You'll notice that on a consistent basis, most of our members make money. I believe that the only times you'll actually see people losing money is obviously going to be based on a few factors. 1, penny stocks. 2, just option calls or puts buying, and they tried swinging it without any stops, no risk management there, no hedge to protect it, not a spread. And 3, it's going to be because of markets. Like if they're investing and the market goes down, obviously their positions are going to go down. but majority of the traders that actually actively trade, you'll notice one thing, that they are actually consistently profitable, and they have this winning formula down, and it's just working as a team, knowing where they have an edge, knowing when to go in a bit heavier, saving those bigger trades for when they actually made money versus right out of the open. Someone trades, like, you are literally betting the moment you get into that trade. If you're going to trade right out of the open, guys, like, it's a 50-50. So if your stats is like, your win rate is like 30%, okay, maybe you have better odds of doing that, right? Of just like going in, you have a 50-50% chance of being right. But for developed traders, we have a strategy. We know which ones there's more confidence in. We know which ones to size up on. We know which one we can hold on longer. We know what meets our criterias. And when I copy, let's say, Cypher's trade, when I copy Tony's trade, I know them. I've been trading with them. I understand their rationale in the trade. I see it as well, and I'm able to participate. For a new trader, you don't have that skill set yet. You don't have that like expertise that we do. So following us into trades is not a good idea. We alert trades on voice when we're making trades for that one specific reason. Because we want you guys to learn, like, hey, this is what they're doing. Why are they doing that? What is causing them to buy it at this level or short it at this level? What do they see that I don't see? And then maybe you can go after hours and research it. But you have to have that drive. If you don't do your own homework, if you don't actually put your effort into this, there is easier ways to make money, guys. This is probably not for you. Oh, that's another thing paid chat rooms can tell you. They'll try and sell you a dream. We don't have to sell you a dream. We'll tell you the brutest, honest truth. And yeah, that's pretty much what makes us the best. You guys have any questions?
TJ, I think one thing maybe.
TJ?
Go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry, Zig. Well, I just wanted to let everybody know that TJ's speech here. You got this guy. TJ is probably one of the top individual traders / investors in Canada, in the country, and he's giving you an hour's time right now. Just think of how much you'd have to pay for, or you would have to line that up in order to get this kind of knowledge and advice and insight outside. And TJ is doing this for absolutely nothing. He has very little to benefit from this. So I just want to say thanks to TJ for being so unselfish and so giving. So good job, TJ, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And like Tony says, we're a team. I'm okay with helping out people that are dedicated, but you got to be dedicated. You have to show it. You have to help others out. You have to also be the difference that you seek in the world. And I want the world to be good. So I can't just say that. I can't just like donate money. Like less than 40 cents is going to go to the actual cause that I'm hoping for. That's why we created this, where, hey, we can donate some of our time. We can teach people. The most dedicated people will stay with us. And as you notice, we have members from long time ago. Like since we started, Diago's a good example because he was with us since the start. When me and my girlfriend were trading, he was pretty much there, and he's still there to this day, right? Like we're trying to build a community here that's an honest community, not built on like hopes and dreams of you making, turning $100 into $1 million. And you have really good traders in here that can answer your questions. Please do your homework though, because we don't always have time. We're always trading too. We make an income by trading, and we can't answer questions intraday. And also after hours, I'm doing my research or spending time with my family and friends, so I wouldn't be able to do so as well. And Tony, I actually wanted you on to kind of explain the rules that you posted, because these were rules that actually like spoke to me as soon as I started trading technically, right? Like trading technicals. right? I come from a fundamental background. So when I was trading technicals, it was kind of like a new environment for me. So yeah, there's a huge learning curve. It's thanks to this group, I was able to like expedite that, learn from everyone, ask questions when needed. But do you like, if you look into it, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to ask a question without at least Googling it first. I'll try and find the answer myself. You have to have that mentality. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to know how to find them. And yeah, Tony, I'll let you take the floor. Just wanted you to just go over those 20 golden rules for new traders.
Seriously. You want me to follow you?
Yes.
I'll have to. I just want to also want to add the one thing I like about TJ is that he gives me over the years that I've been here, he's given me a lot of institutional insight. So because he has that experience, and I've never worked at an institution or had formal training in securities, that kind of thing. So that kind of insight, and his he's been well trained in fundamental analysis as well. So TJ's got a big part of what I don't have. So
That's why
that's
it
the other
works out
advantage
so
of
good.
United Traders. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we can't always be perfect at everything, but as a team, we are fucking solid. And one more thing, Tony is really underplaying this. He has more experience than I believe anyone here, and his experience really shines. Like you will see it in his trades. He is so like precise. He is like a sniper when it comes to his executions. You will see like his risk is nothing. Even if he didn't tackle a trade right, he'll get it on that next trade or the one after. And he has that confidence that he built. Now, one thing also you have to remember, like he is amazing at his analysis. So he's trying to like underplay it here, but his fundamental skills are honestly up to par from the best. So when you listen to something from him, just know it's coming from a guy that has been around and trading longer than like most of us has even like known the term trading. And yeah, you can take the floor now.
Thanks, man. I don't know if if you guys, anybody needs to take off, go for it. Thanks for listening to TJ's. TJ wants me to go through these 20 golden rules. I mean, I don't follow all of them, but they're just some good heads up general rules that exist. So we can go through them one by one, and then if I don't expand enough on each one or explain it well enough, to just answer some questions here. So number one, forget the news, remember the chart. You're not smart enough to know how the news will affect price. The chart already knows the news is coming. I think TJ went into this. It's pretty normal. We try to read a news release and we try to go, what's going on? How will this affect the price? I'm smart enough. I got a degree or whatever. I read a lot of books, I watch documentaries. I should know how this is going to impact this company. Well, you don't. You just don't know what the agenda is. A company could be putting out some good news, just for the purpose of, insiders and market participants to get short on the stock, and then it's going to sell off the next day. We don't know. We have to let price action sort of dictate our behavior and our trading. There's a lot of tricks out there. The other reason that you gotta there's a lot of I'm quite the skeptic, and I always feel that things are always manipulated. It doesn't matter how small of an entity or how big of the entity is. It's being manipulated. It doesn't matter if it's crude oil, Facebook, or a low float ticker. They're all manipulated to some degree, and there's orchestration, in the work. So it's hard as anyone that is sort of a professor like Ingo, or a programmer or whatever your background is, lawyer, student, you name it. you we all just don't know what's going to happen. Enough said about that one. Used to be the worst at this. It's so easy to have a bias, man, Zuckerberg, he's going to go testify, his stock's going to tank. Yeah, Facebook's dead, whatever, The guy opens his mouth and boom, the stock just starts rocketing, it's just all planned. So you just can't have biases. Biases will kill you. Play the price action. All right, buy the first pullback from a new high, sell the first pullback from a new low. Always a crowd that missed the first boat. Pretty self-explanatory. You're listening to the scanner that we got, and all of a sudden, a ticker comes across the voice, and Bitchin' Betty says, whatever it is, DPW or ZM, and then you go and look at the ticker, and there's been a big pop, big 10% move on it. Now what do you do, right? Do you jump in here at the top of this initial pop and hope that it keeps going up from there, or what? No, you don't. You have the discipline, have the patience to wait for a pullback or some kind of consolidation, and it breaking out of that pullback or that consolidation before you make a long entry. Same thing with a stock that's doing the opposite, that's tanking. It starts tanking, you get your first look at it, you go, oh wow, thing's dropping. You could join in and try to follow the momentum if you're a really good tape reader, and you might have caught it really early. But if you don't, you got to play it safe. You got to wait for the first round of covering and it pulling back, going back to the 12 EMA or the 20 EMA and touches that, and then that's where you start your short. And that's where it says there's always a crowd that missed the first boat, and that's exactly what people are doing. And on that next top, they're shorting, or that next pullback, they're buying. Good enough. All right.
Yes, sir.
If you're still around, TJ, just jump in when you got anything to add, man.
Honestly, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh,
well, just at any time, just freaking jump on.
Thank you.
Buy at support, sell at resistance. Everyone sees the same thing, and they're all waiting to jump into the pool. Pretty straightforward. There's some support levels and resistance levels, like previous support levels, previous resistance levels. You have to have them on your chart somewhere, or you have to be aware of them. They're always going to be points at which they're inflection points, and people trade off them. And the more people that trade off those inflection points, that's where you're going to get the moves, and that's where you're going to get the direction that you need to trade. So you have to plot those on there. So the first thing I always do whenever I open a chart, especially if it's a new one, is I will look at the dailies. I will maybe draw a couple lines. I'll look at like an hourly, try and draw a couple lines, and then then I'm down into the 2 minute or the 1 minute, and I'm looking where those highs relate to where the stock is now, right? And then in addition to that, I've got some moving averages as well, and then you got to have those kind of things up that most everybody uses, because the more people use it, whether it's a support level or a moving average or VWAP, the more price action is going to result as a result of those people using it. So you don't want to be the only one not using it. You don't have to use it, but you have to know where it is. You have to know that that's an area where price can react. So that's number 3. Anything to add there, TJ?
No, you explained it perfectly.
All right. Short rallies, not sell-offs. I don't know if that's a really good rule. What do you think of that one? When markets drop, shorts finally turn a profit and get ready to cover. That's almost like number 2, selling the first pullback from a new low or something.
I mean, we get short squeezes, and we kind of saw that on the market recently. People were like short in every direction. You can actually confirm this if you take a look at the put and call ratio on our scanners 4 days ago versus today. People got squeezed out of those short positions. and you're going to see that it's going to rally faster. Because remember, shorts, like, they all have a stop loss. When the stop loss gets traded, it's usually a market order. And again, if they're trading with options, it's going to like increase that force on the equity side.
Don't buy up into major moving averages or sell down into one. If people that have been following my posts on the chat often see me posting a daily chart with a red line, and it's the 50-day moving average. And I don't know, I don't do it all the time, but that 50-day average is like, works like clockwork. You know, you'll see stocks that have tanked and they're rallying, and they rally right back into that 50, touch the 50, you know, then bounce off it, etc. So what number 5 is saying, you know, if you've rallied up into like the 50-day moving average and it's bumping up against it, well, that's resistance. That's an inflection point, the 50-day. Enough people in the world use the 50-day. So you've got to pay attention to it. You got to either cover, you know, half of your position there, and, you know, maybe ride the next with the tighter stop, the next half of another stop, etc. And the same with it the opposite direction. You know, 200 days, another really important one that you don't want to ignore either. You should try and plot that as well. Don't chase momentum if you can't find the exit. Pardon me. Chasing low floaters or the scanner call-outs, which is kind of funny. You know, you see, oh man, it's FOMO. You know, Jesus, if I don't, I gotta buy this now. Like, when I enter a trade, my entry, I'm watching the tape. I've got a few levels out. I'm you know, this thing might have gapped up, you know, 50 cents. And before I'm entering, before I even think about my entry, I'm thinking, where am I going to stop out of this? So if you're, and I have to have that in mind, because, and that's why you don't chase, because you don't know where you're going to put your stop if you're chasing momentum. Where are you going to stop out? Where are you going to be wrong if you're like chasing a stock that's running away from you and it's already moved 50 cents? Are you going to set a stop 50 cents from like where it took off? Is that going to be your stop? Like, that stop loss is huge. So when I see momentum and I want to get in and be part of that momentum, I need to have a place where I can put my stop in reliably and be proven wrong. And that stop can't be too far away from where my entry is, because the bigger you leave that gap between your stop and your entry, the bigger the loss is going to be. So I'm always trying to get the least amount of room between my stop and my entry as possible, especially when you're trying to chase momentum, because it can just come back and slap you in the face, and then, you know, you're hooped. You just took a 10% drawdown on your account.
All right. So for this one, for number 7, to be honest, gaps are something tricky. Identifying what kind of gap it is not easy. It's not something you can actually notice. So I actually put down a cheat sheet that I kind of created, which will help you identify it and see how it kind of worked out. And it'll give you a brief description of it. I don't think I can like put it into words any better than what's written down over there.
I'm not an expert on gaps, and they're not part of my strategy. I find them still pretty unpredictable. Unfortunately, I don't have a good win rate trying to play gaps.
Same here. And to be honest, like, unless you're a swing trader, this isn't something that's going to be factoring in onto your trades. But I kind of look at it like, hey, gap in price. Okay, I missed. You guys notice that some trades I'll just sell before earnings, even in my long-term portfolios, because I don't want to expose myself to risk or lose any of the appreciation on that stock itself, right? Now, I look at the gap afterwards. It's like, oh no, it gapped up. you'll notice it'll come back down depending on what type of gap it is and why it gapped up, based on their earnings results. Was it more than the market? Now, that's something, honestly, I'd say for new traders to completely avoid. What do you think about that, Tony?
Gaps, yeah, I agree. All right, so 8 trends test the point of last support and resistance. I guess that's like, yeah, there you go, good chart. That chart up, you can talk about it.
All right, perfect. So, as you can see on that chart specifically, you'll notice that been in 1 minute, but looking at the series of transactions, once I got that under wraps, it became a lot easier.
Yeah, Johnny should almost do, we should line Johnny up for a lesson on his sort of tape reading and his methodology of what he's looking for, those characteristics in the level 2 in the tape. We hear him talk about it, but it'd be good to hear his
Yeah, we should definitely do that.
explanation of that. Yeah. If you have to look, it isn't there. Forget about your college degree and trust your instincts. Kind of like a few of the other rules. I don't know if that one needs any explanation. Sell the second high, buy the second low. After sharp pullbacks, the first test of any high or low always runs into resistance. Look for the break on the third or the fourth try.
I think that speaks to like the psychology of those trades too. Like if you look at any like let's say a triangle formation, you're gonna notice it's always that third or fourth that actually runs. The rest is just like consolidation on price until buyers or sellers get in control.
Yeah. Yeah, just basically don't think it's going to reverse on that first, on that first reversal or that, or that first low. You can, always make, it's usually at least, I don't know if there's anybody that's into Elliott wave here. I think I learned a little bit of Elliott wave probably about a decade ago, but it never really took to me. So they believe in, like 5 waves essentially, right? And that's what this one's sort of talking about. You have better odds in the 4th or 5th wave for reversal, essentially. Oh yeah, the other thing about the tape I just want to mention too is like I've actually not this year, but like a couple of years ago, I actually went and like when I was sort of okay, I gotta figure out this tape better. I would sit there, watch the tape, and try and make a prediction and just put a checkbox. Okay, this is going down, or this is negative money flow, and then see if I end up being right, 30 minutes later, go to another ticker, do the same thing, watch the money flow, watch the level 2, put a checkbox, and just see how accurate I could become watching the tape. So you got to watch it, but you got to see, and you got to try and feel it, but then you got to know what your results are, and you got to know whether your feelings and what you're seeing is legit or not. So somehow you have to kind of track yourself and track what you think is going on in order to prove that you're right and you're actually getting an intuition about it. Back to the trend is your friend in the last hour as volume cranks up. Don't expect it to change the channel.
I'm horrible at trading after 3, so I'm not even gonna comment on this.
Today I was telling you, I said wait till 3 o'clock for a reversal. Wait till 3 o'clock for a reversal. I posted it a couple times in the chat, and that's they're going to switch the algos, and sure enough they did. They kind of went the opposite direction there, so I thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, it's not a hard fast rule, but especially in this market where it's so volatile, I guess it's a generalization. Yeah, but power hour is power hour. There's some big moves in there, and usually they're in the direction of the current trend. So That's just saying to stick with it. Avoid the opening. Okay, I got a screenshot here of AMD today. This is, some of you guys have heard me talk about like market maker tricks and how basically they're doing the opposite of what people think is going to happen, and they're just suckering you in. That this is so true, and the open is like the best place to do it. And yeah, you can make a lot of money at the open, but man, you can get screwed at the open too if you don't play it right. So many games are played out of the open by the market makers and the toots that you got to be really careful. So it's probably good to just avoid that first 10 minutes if you, or 5 minutes if you're new to trading, when it goes. So this is the first 30 seconds of AMD here. I just posted. See that one big bar and 1 million stuff. Look at that. If you went short at the open at 48.90, you would be, went all the way to 49.25 in 30 seconds. And so let me show you after that. Even higher. So just think, oh, price action is telling you like, holy crap, this is really going here. This is going to run, and then they just dump it on you. I didn't even look very hard. This is what they do at the open. This is what market makers and institutions do at the open. Opposite game, get you going like it's going long, and then just drop it on you. They're just setting up their shorts while everybody's buying into that, and then they're just releasing the hound. So that was the first chart was 30 seconds. The second chart I posted was 1 minute. After that, it just kept going down. But you see how it popped, and then it just kept dropping. So actually, what it did in the open was the opposite of what it did for the next couple hours. Was it a couple hours? Yeah. $14. We're getting there. Still got some people with us. 1, 2, 3. Drop up. Look for downtrends to reverse after a top. 2 higher lows. Kind of like the number 11. Yeah. Reversals don't normally happen like in a V. And just like a one-time drop, and unless it's sort of a stop loss hunting or something of that nature. So it's just saying that don't rush into something that's downtrending. You're going to have time for it to reverse, and there's going to be, look for a lower high or a double bottom, or look for some RSI divergence on that. You probably heard TJ today when he was here. TJ, you posted that chart. Go for it.
Yeah, so I like mean reversion trades. That's my specialty, only because like I already account that it's going to go against me, and I'm okay. I have a bigger risk appetite, so as long as I know which direction it's going to eventually go, I'll just take the trade. And if I think it's at a decent level, I'll start going into it. Now you'll notice, yeah, RSI went lower, but it's been on a constant downtrend just by looking at that picture. So you might think it's the bottom and it's just going to go more against you. Now, typically I like this strategy only because I can take more size in while everyone is just like running for the fence. I'll be able to like absorb some shares and be able to take some size in. And then when that reversal happens, you'll notice there's always going to be that little consolidation because people like me are going to be like, okay, this is over my average. I'm going to reduce some size. And then afterwards, it's going to like consolidate. And it's like, okay, who's in control now? If buyers are in control, it's just going to move back up. This is a clean V shape. Usually it isn't. Usually it's like a double bottom, and or even a triple bottom before it actually starts moving up. So RSI for me is key just to see if we're actually trending up, if there's hidden divergence there. Are we actually going at the bottom, or is this going to continue down? Now the bulls live is that one's also I think on like the daily chart too. Like you're gonna notice this too. Like stocks are very bearish, and when you see a pop, like it's number 15, bulls live above the 200-day moving average, bears live below. Right. So one thing that I like about this too is like if it's below that 200, you're gonna see a lot of shorts on it. So any spike that happens, any pop, you're gonna get that quick short squeeze. So I like to use that to my advantage to like kind of like, go on the long side, vice versa for the bullish side. Everyone's just waiting. Everyone's happy. If you're trading above the 200, that means most people and market participants are, in the profits. So the real question is, when do they sell? What's causing the sell? If it's something really bad, like some really negative news, like they canceled their one drug that was in the pipeline that everybody had high hopes for, like AMRN, for example, you're going to notice it's going to tank extremely fast.
200-day thing is it's kind of like the 50-day I mentioned earlier, and it's a good place. Basically, like if you want to look at it even more generalization, is like one of my checklist items is, am I on the right side of the moving averages and VWAP for what I'm doing? So if I'm going long, are we above the moving averages that I'm using, and are we above VWAP? If I'm on the right side of the 200-day or the MAs or the VWAP intraday, etc., your odds for being right and trading in the same direction as price is better. It's higher, right? But now if I'm trying to short something that's above VWAP and above its moving averages, that's counter trend. That's lower probability for success, etc. So I think number 15 is just basically saying that, you for whatever you use, make sure you're on the right side of that momentum. And 200-day is just one that's one of many that is major with institutions. Says memory, what did price do last time? So this just goes back to the support and resistance levels. In one of the other rules, number 3, I think it is. So you got to go, back on the chart, look at what price has done at those levels in the past. Other traders are going to do that. Institutions are going to do that. So if everybody's doing that, then you better be doing that, because something's going to happen. At that price, it's either going to stall out, or it's somewhere where you need to reduce your position size because there's a potential bounce coming, etc. So don't forget the past. Chart the past forward.
Yeah, and personally for me, like that's why I trade price levels. You can kind of see it. The traders that we trade, like, depends on the stock. I mean, if you're trading like something like Berkshire's, that's a lot more institutionals. But when we trade the stocks that most day traders trade, you want to trade the day traders. And the common perception is, hey, this is a support level. We broke over it. There's some interest that caused it to go over. And now we're testing that support level again. You're going to see that there's more volume, and you're going to see more people getting in because they missed the first run. Or vice versa. Maybe they're like, okay, this is my stop loss. It's at break even. And as soon as it crashes down, it's going to just continue, plummeting down.
17. Big volume kills moves. I think this one is more about, like, when I think about this, and I think about some of the manipulation that goes on, some of the stop loss hunting that goes on, and sometimes you just see it. You see these big wicks and huge volume, and then you see reversals off, or candles that will wipe them out subsequently, and usually market makers or market participants, when you see those spikes or those tweezers or what have you, they're very good areas that big money got involved, or there was a big I don't know, a big negation in what was going on. So when I think it was just a couple of days ago, we were watching, I was on and Cypher was on, and the ES was climbing, and then we saw this, basically a big wick for no reason. It sold off right away. The volume was huge. As soon as you see those kind of blow-offs, in price and with a lot of volume, you got to be careful. That means, you know, something's going on. Either they just took out a whole load of stops, but, you know, the price held, or so a big seller came in or a big buyer came in, you know, vice versa. But you have to pay attention to those volume spikes and those price spikes, because that's where something's up, something's changing. So, you know, trends reversing there, or that's the end of the current trend, something to that effect. So I don't know, you can probably expand on this one a bit better than what I did, TJ.
No, I think you're right. Like, you know, we look for volume because it's a volume precedes price. If you believe in that theory, then near the top or a bottom of a trend, you're going to notice accelerated volume. So that's one thing that we look out for. Johnny looks out for. I think all of us as traders, we look out for that. When we're in a position, we don't know where the top is. We're not here to like predict what's going to happen in the next, like, you know, like series of candlesticks. We just have to manage our position, and within that trade management, the one thing we're going to be looking out for to know, hey, when is a good time to get out, is going to be that volume. That indication on the volume will tell us what's going to happen next. I actually have a chart that can really quickly describe it as well.
Yeah, I got just looked at. I'll post this here too. I was just looking at this is what happened today when I was trading CCL. Look at the bottom of that of these this chart where it bottomed. Look at the volume where this bottomed today, and we had quite a spike down. Huge volume came in, and what this number 17 rule is saying, that basically after that, the trend pretty much stopped. It didn't go much lower. It actually went sideways, maybe reversed a little bit, but that volume stopped the move in its tracks. So you got a chart there too?
Yes, I do. And you'll see it on SPY too. You'll see it on pretty much anything. And that's why like we use it as guidance as well. So if you notice, you know, take a look at that volume that came in as soon as that support level broke on SPY, and you'd notice the massive selling that came in, and look how far it kind of like dropped. You know what? I'll post a proper chart with the actual time and stuff. And you'll also notice when we bottomed out, you'll see that volume continued and then it continued back up. But yeah, that's pretty much the general concept. Volume price analysis is important. Anna Cooling can explain it in such a good way. We're not going to waste our time trying to, you know, like reinvent the wheel, because she did a phenomenal job of explaining it. And I suggest everyone, that's the second book you should ever read when it comes to.
Yeah, and the next two are kind of similar. Trends never turn on a dime. Reversals build slowly, and bottoms take longer to form. Yeah. Well, let's do separate, I guess. Trends never turn on a dime. So, yeah, very rare do you get like a V shape, a really harsh V shape reversal. Usually, it's just like when manipulation's happening. Will you see the V shape? 80 to 90% of the time, it'll take some time to, you know, to reverse directions. Of course, unless it's like a low float ticker or something
I was
like
about
that.
to just say the same thing.
Anything's possible with one of those. Yeah.
Nothing matters at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. Bottoms take longer to form than tops. Greed acts more quickly than fear. So true, isn't it?
So true. Like you have to remember
Takes the
a
stairs
person-
up, elevator down.
Yeah, and you have to remember like the market participants. Again, this ties in with everything we were talking about. You know, when someone's long on a position, they don't want to take a loss. Remember, you're trading other traders. You're trading swing traders, guys that are holding on, and they're like, okay, I'm down now $5,000 on my portfolio. Half an hour later, they're like, okay, I'm down like $6,000. They're like, okay, now I got to make a decision. If this fails, am I going to get out? But that limit, like how much the person is down, their risk appetite, that's always different. So you're going to notice like it takes a little bit of time before it actually comes back up. you do have to give it some breathing room because not everyone's stop is always at the same place. Now, greed is always the same. They get in because they have a catalyst. Now, in a perfect market efficient theory, like, explanation for this, it's like if there's something that hasn't been priced in, it's new news, everyone's trying to trade that news, you're going to notice that people are bullish. So you're going to see that those big bullish runs are going to be fast. It's going to be rapid, and most likely it's not going to like last, and it's going to, revert back to the mean.
Yeah. I don't know. Beat the crowd in and out the door. Yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite. You got to be first in, first out. That's why I always take proactive entries. I don't like to take entries where people are trained. It's like, buying the top of a flag breakout. For me, I don't want to get stopped out within the middle of that flag. Like, what if I bought the flag breakout and then it came back down within its range, and then I just stopped out? I prefer buying it at support, and that's why I always suggest buy at support, short at resistance. If you buy it at support, if that trend fails and you stop out, at least you know that trend failed. Now, if you were to buy the breakout, right, and you'll see this, you buy the breakout and you think it breaks out, it goes up 10 cents, you're happy, and then it just crashes 20 cents. You're still within the support and resistance range. I don't like stopping out in that range because the moment I do, guess what happens? It's actually going to break out. And that's why I always suggest, like, if you're going to be monitoring your risk, buy the support on it. And you'll see me on even double bottoms. I'll test it out. If it doesn't hold, I'll just get out and just do it. It's probably not a double bottom. It was probably just a bull trap, and now it's just gonna continue on its downtrend like SPY today.
Yeah, the head and shoulders.
Yeah, exactly.
You caught the shoulder and then you had to catch the head too.
Yeah.
Yeah, beat the crowd in and out of the door. The other thing I think about when I read that out loud, in addition to what TJ was saying, is just sometimes I pay myself too quickly, and Johnny's been bugging me to hold longer, but on the bulk of my position. But when I get a profit or a stock makes a move and it goes into like a little range or whatever, I'll take some off the table there quickly, and what that allows me to do is to bank some money, so that I've got a less probability of there being a loss, and it also gives me more patience with what I've got left. So if I took off a third and I got only 2/3 left, well, now I'm not so antsy or tight about hanging on to this a little bit longer. So paying yourself quickly, is a good thing. And then, if it does go in this constant consolidation and it starts pulling back even more, well, I got another third. That third that I just took off, I can add it back on if I still, if it continues to stay above it. So I see a lot of people that have direct messaged me and they're doing single one-time trades, right? So they're going all in, all out, all in, all out. So the scaling is one thing that Johnny and TJ have sort of preached over the last few years, has really helped my trading in doing that. So get that first little profit off, get some patience,
Yeah,
quickly.
for me, same here. That's helped me tremendously because I used to chase too, because I went full in, full out. And then I have to chase. Then I'm like, oh, damn it, it's going up more. I have to get in again, right? And then what ends up happening is that second trade is just going to blow every profit that you just made on the first or second trade. And that's going to happen because you already made profits. You're comfortable with the stock. You built your confidence up on it. You think it's going to keep running. You actually didn't zoom out of that chart and realize it just fucking gapped up 10% when a stock barely moves up like less than like 2% in a day. When it's only after the fact you'll kind of notice this. While you're actually trading it, you're going to be so active. You're going to be like, hey, the tape's so green, I'm going to get in again. This is my opportunity to like make big bucks. And guess what? You just are gonna be slaughtered on that third trade, and you're just gonna lose it. You'll notice also from Tony's trades as well, that he posted over there, that he doesn't just buy, get in, and then re-enter again. He gives it a little bit of time, sees, okay, is there another opportunity for me? So if you take a look at that first trade that he posted, he got out, but then a normal, like a new trader, is going to be like, okay, I'm going to get in again because it's going to continue. But instead, he gave it some time. He's like, okay, I see that it moved up again. Now it looks like a good time to get on the short side. And he shorted it again. And even on that last one, like, he was able to scale out and actually capture majority of that trend. And that is like what like proper risk management is all about. It's capturing the majority of it, but reducing that risk exposure. And because of those two previous trades, like, I can pretty much tell you by just looking at it, well, the three previous trades, you can tell that on that fourth trade, when it's going in his direction, he held on to that one longer, because that's the sucker that's going to make the bank. And that sums up everything. I know this was a long lesson. I really didn't plan it, but Tony, I really appreciate that you came on and shared your insight as well. Because it's one thing to hear it from one trader, but to have it from like two experienced traders, it's just way better. And yeah, I hope you guys learn from this experience as well. And please do some studying after we're done.
Yeah, and then, like I said earlier today, put it in practice. You can study and train your brain, but you've got to train your body too. So, paper trade or trade with one share or 50 shares or whatever it takes, but get that screen time in addition to your knowledge. You got to do both. Can't just do one side of the equation. You got to do both. So all the best. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
TJ. Cheers. Bye.
All right, guys, I think that wraps up our live lesson. Again, we haven't really prepared all of this stuff, so I'm really glad that he was able to share his insight. Since he's an experienced, seasoned trader, I know most of this stuff would be like, fresh in his mind. It's always good to get someone else's perspective on things as well. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions, just write it down on the group study. I'm going to go finally eat some lunch. But if I do have a chance, or any of our other members here, they'll be able to pretty much answer it for you. Take care, everyone.